Okay, hi everybody, my name is Mike, this is my YouTube page, Mox News. I don't know if you're there right now, because I don't have a fucking window up that shows my YouTube page for whatever reason. So we'll see here in a second if I am live or not, because I can't tell right now. And YouTube sucks so much. It'd be so easy to fix YouTube. Oh my god, it'd be so easy. You just have to get someone in there who cares about its users, that's all. So easy. So easy to fix YouTube. So easy to make it profitable. But YouTube and Google has plenty of money to where they don't really have to care whether it's profitable or not, apparently. Apparently. Hey everybody, there you are. My name's Mike, this is my YouTube page. Welcome to your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. I'm your host, Moxie. Okay, so last night's show, we did a fuck ton of clips. We did all these clips last night. As you can see, that's February 25th. All these clips, including debate clips. And the debate clips were called for copyright. Copyright claim was made on the debate clips, I guess sometime early today. And they blocked not the clips. There was two clips. There was one about one about Elizabeth Warren and Bloomberg, where Bloomberg is talking, where Elizabeth Warren is accusing Bloomberg of supporting Republicans like South Carolina Lindsey Graham, and then the other debate clip that I played last night was about Senator Bernie Sanders legalizing marijuana on day one when he gets into the White House, right? And that was the clip that they blocked worldwide because they don't want this discussion. They hate this discussion about legalizing marijuana. I'm really surprised they brought it up in the debate last night. But you can tell that they hate it because they immediately, well, not immediately, but they claim copyright on it. It's a 3-minute clip. So the last night show is now blocked worldwide. No one can view it. It has almost 1,000 views on it. And why? Why? Because of a debate clip. And there's nothing more fair use than politics, okay? These people are talking politics. You know, they don't all gather on the stage so that CBS can make money off of them. Right? They gather on the stage because so that everyone can tune in and listen to what they have to compare them all together. Okay, not so CBS can make money. There's nothing more fair use than this, and CBS has made a claim and blocked it worldwide. I have submitted a counter copyright claim saying this is fair use video and it's wrong of you to block it, and please unblock the video. We'll see what happens. CBS has done this to me in the past with the debates. Luckily they didn't make a copyright strike, otherwise we wouldn't be here live right now. Hello caller, thanks for holding.
Hey, Michael.
Yes.
Hey,
Pete?
how do you know it's me every time? God.
How's it going, man?
You know, try to sound southern, put on a southern accent. Hey, Mike, it's me. You still know it's me.
It's the way you say Michael, I can tell.
Michael.
How are you today, Pete?
I'm doing all right.
Don't got the coronavirus yet, do you?
No, not yet.
Well, there you
I
go.
hope I do.
Could be worse.
Fucking miserable.
Could be worse.
Bro, you want to hear something funny?
What's that?
Give everyone a little chuckle. My boss, I gave her some of my gummies just as like a gift, you know,
Yeah.
a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And she ran out. Dude, I gave her a bunch because I thought like they were all gonna go bad. And then she came to me and she said, "Dude, you gotta give me some more of those. I need them."
I already told you got to give her some more, dude.
I did, and then my other coworkers are like, "Hey, wow, she's actually loves them so much that she's telling other people, and they're like, I have to try them, you know? And then I send them pictures, you know, and like, dude, my gummies are awesome, dude. And
I believe you.
Like, cherry and a blueberry flavors and mix them together. And then I send amazing pictures, and I'm just trying to preach the healing powers of the marijuana, Michael, that people just don't understand.
It's
they don't
amazing.
Understand it, Michael.
Did you hear me talking about you last night? And this I played like a clip last night about sleeping aids, and then I played a clip about marijuana and seniors using marijuana, and I was talking about you in between where you were talking about how you had a really hard time sleeping, and then you started eating marijuana, and you're just sleeping way better now.
Well, if it isn't the greatest medicine for sleep that has ever existed, I think we all know that.
And the safest. That's the whole point.
It's all depending on the dosage, you know. I mean, it really is a miracle substance.
But it's safe regardless. You can take a giant fucking dosage that nobody would ever want to take, and it's not a problem. I mean, you might be high for a couple days, but it's not a problem, you know?
No, you're just, you know, we all know you will take a fantastic nap.
Yeah.
The best nap you've ever taken. You'll eat Cheetos and gummy bears.
I have a Costco pizza coming on the way. Should be here any minute.
Exactly. There you go.
So did you give her a second batch of gummies then?
My boss is paying me. I'm officially dealing. Like, I'm dealing, brother.
I got a friend who has a gas station, and he sells cookies. He sells cookies out of his gas station.
I didn't even want to, but my boss is like, I gave it to her as a gift, and she's like, I need this now.
Yeah.
These gummies are awesome.
Well, this is what I keep saying to you people. You're not eating enough marijuana. Oh my God. A couple of gummies a day will completely change your world.
And it's funny, dude, because my boss, right, she's a lesbian and she's married, and her wife has threatened to divorce her if she is caught smoking marijuana. So that's why she loves gummies, because they're discreet. And
she's not smoking, marijuana, is she?
No, she's not, and it's
so I guess
also but the high also just from eating it is, you know, it's a lot. It's more of a body high. It's less, you know. No, your head doesn't fuck with you as much. So, you know.
Okay.
I don't know. That's what I think. But
I experience it from head to toe, and my head feels just fine. Thank you very much.
No, I just think, like, I don't know.
So, are you working on a new batch, or you got plenty left over in the freezer?
Oh, sorry, I got distracted. Sorry, what was that?
I said, are you working on a new batch, or you got plenty in the freezer?
Oh, the new batches are set. Everything's locked down. I got coconut oil in the freezer. I got the gummies in the fridge. It's all good.
Nice.
All good in my head.
It sounds good, Pete.
Apparently, I'm going to be distributing now.
Well,
for cash.
You know,
I'm getting forced into the game.
You
I have
know,
no problem with that, though. I have no problem making some moolah.
yeah, I mean, it will make it will help it so that you don't feel the sting of buying ounces all the time.
But, I mean, I didn't want to be part of the game. The game wanted to be part of me, I guess you can say.
You know what? This thing keeps going around in my head where they say, like, you're not here to change the world. You're here to understand the direction the world is going and be part of that. And I hate that fucking idea. Because I don't want to go the direction the world is going. Fuck that.
Well, you know what it is, Mike? We're healers. We are healers, Mike. That's what we are.
Yeah.
I think that's why me and you connect, is because I think we're healers and we care about making the world a better place. And, that's what it's all about. And cannabis is part of that.
I want the world.
It is a very integral part of this.
I was talking with my friend who has a gas station who sells cookies, and he was saying talking about how angry people are and how hate filled they are, and he said we should just shoot all those people, and I said no. I went back to this thing where it's like, basically they're not eating enough marijuana. I mean, that's really all there is to it. If you begin to eat marijuana, it's going to heal you in so many different ways. But all this anger and hate and everything that somehow seeped into you will begin to dissipate and go away. And that's an incredibly giant lift off your heart, trust me. So again, you're not eating enough marijuana. How many times do I have to fucking tell you people? Eat more marijuana, right?
You need to make a song about this, because this is a reoccurring thing. It's not eating but marijuana. Da, 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 da.
Eat more fucking marijuana.
Yeah, we need to.
Well,
we need to have Craig make a drop or something.
Well, we'll work on it, I guess. You work on it. You're the musician. Hey, I was going to ask you. I just watched this movie for the 10th time called Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story. And while I was watching it, I was wondering if you ever watched that movie.
A very underrated movie. Fantastic. It's hilarious.
It's a great movie. And if you consider yourself to be a musician and you haven't seen this movie, you are truly missing out. It is fucking amazing.
Dude, the scene where they're like a punk band.
Yeah.
Is great. And then the scene where he's like smoking. Never mind. I'm too drunk to recall the scene, but the scene with Tim Meadows where they're smoking weed and then doing coke.
You don't want none of this shit, Dewey. I think I do. It's the cheapest drug there is. Yeah, it's
I wanted to hangovers. There is no hangover.
Yeah, it's a great movie. So what's going on this week? How's everything going, Pete? Besides your newfound business and everything, you still got that heart monitor thing?
Getting it off in a fucking few days. This fucking piece of garbage.
Well, you'll make it, buddy. Couple days, you can do that in your sleep.
Absolutely, no problem. Yeah, just been making that money. Fucking,
That's good.
Working, grinding.
Man's got to have priorities, damn it.
People. If you got a sunburn, just put on some lotion, people. I made it.
Good deal, Pete. Well, we look forward. What day do you get your heart monitor off?
March 3rd.
Oh, well, that's a big day here. That's going to be Tuesday.
I'm going to rip that shit off like a goddamn Superman.
Super Tuesday.
Godzilla.
It's going to be Super Tuesday, and we will be crazy here on Super Tuesday. So you should call and let us know what's going on. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
It'll be a blast.
Yeah.
We'll set off some fireworks. We'll make a big deal out of it. We'll piss the neighbors off.
It's a big deal because you'll just be able to sleep better. That's the big deal right there. All right, Pete. Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the news. Okay.
All right, I'm down, brother.
Okay, Pete.
All right, I'm gonna get out now. Oh, look at the Bernie graphic. I love it.
Okay.
Hey, let me sign off. I'm not done yet.
Okay. Stop telling me what to do.
All right, I don't want you to cut me off. All right, Tulsi, give me a boner and praise Allah, people. Don't forget that.
I won't cut you off. You know that, Pete.
But don't praise Bernie just yet. I don't want to talk about that yet.
Well, there'll be a time for that.
All right, praise Allah, bitches. Pete.
All right, stay cool, Pete. That's our buddy Pete from Rhode Island. He sounds most relaxed today in his new entrepreneurial ship. Isn't that a lovely thing? He learned that he had this talent inside of him that he didn't know existed. And now it's benefiting all the people around him. Isn't that a beautiful thing? I love it. It's a beautiful thing, Pete. Thanks so much for making your community a better place. Okay, so where was I? Bernie. Right, so I have a video clip for tonight. Right, I have like 14 video clips for tonight. But I have a clip of Bernie right there, Sanders, clip 10. And that's about legalizing marijuana on day one of his presidency. And according to my news clip, they say he can't do it. So, you guys ready to see a news clip already? You want to see that news clip about Bernie Sanders legalizing marijuana on day one? Or should we wait for another caller? Hello, girl. How's my girl? Hey, there's my girl. Look, there's my girl. Come here, girl. Come here. Oh, go away then. There's my boober. He's laying down by the river. Down by the river. Okay, so we ready for a clip? Ready for a clip? All right, we'll go ahead and do a clip. I'm going to play clip number 10, Bernie Sanders. Can Bernie Sanders legalize marijuana on day one? Kenny, what do you think?
Legalizing marijuana has become a big selling point for some of the 2020 Democratic presidential candidates. But one candidate's plan is different than the others.
On my first day in office, through executive order, we will legalize marijuana in every state in this country.
Sanders is the only Democrat promising to do this via executive order on day one of his presidency, even putting it on a list of top executive priorities. But experts say legalizing marijuana through a single stroke of a pen just isn't possible. Instead, the process would most certainly take weeks or months, even in the most pro-pot administration.
Federal law is explicit that there is an administrative process that needs to be had in order for the executive branch to legalize cannabis, to deschedule cannabis.
The Sanders campaign did not respond to multiple requests for comment, but advocates say Sanders could rely on a nuanced process executed by key members of his administration.
It would require him appointing a friendly head of HHS, Health and Human Services, as well as a friendly attorney general, but then he could use an executive order to direct them to begin the descheduling process.
The government currently considers marijuana a Schedule I drug, meaning it has one of the highest restriction levels alongside heroin and LSD. For that to change without any help from Congress, the Attorney General requests a scientific and medical evaluation from the Department of Health and Human Services. The Drug Enforcement Administration also reviews the criminal justice aspects of rescheduling or descheduling pot. They put together recommendations and send them back to the Attorney General, who then makes the final decision on whether or not marijuana should be descheduled. If the answer is yes, the Attorney General proposes a new rule to deschedule weed. The new rule goes into effect after the White House reviews and approves it. It's unlikely it will happen on day one, like Sanders has promised, but it could happen more quickly than you might think, especially if it's a top priority for the administration.
How exactly long that would take is really open to so many variables. I'm not sure anyone could accurately predict it. But we are still talking something that would probably be accomplished within the first year or two once that executive order is issued.
But removing federal prohibitions on marijuana still doesn't stop people from being arrested for weed in states where it remains illegal. Experts agree that removing federal prohibitions on marijuana in this way would likely encourage Congress and states to act more quickly to change their own policies on weed.
If a president were to, by executive action, deschedule marijuana, that would happen rather quickly, and then it would also put the onus on Congress and the state level legislators as well to begin to come more in line with federal policy.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am?
You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
Doesn't that look like a better world, right? I mean, it just looks like a better world. And it's not that, it's that cannabis is so integral to so many different things about our world. You know, I mean, like I said again and again, you can fuel your cars with it. You can make your clothing out of it. You can feed your children on it. You can build your home out of it. What's up, caller?
Hey, Mike, how's your day going?
It's going fine. How are you, Steven?
No, I'm doing good. Shoot, I look that was up playing.
I'm sorry, we didn't hear what you said, Steven. It kind of your phone cut out.
Yeah, I did like the last video you ended up playing.
The Brightside one, the advertisement.
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I love that video.
Yeah, I've seen that Brightside video probably about like 5 or 6 months ago when I'm smoking late at night, so I just end up looking on YouTube, the most recent, I end up like drinking and, smoking late at night sometimes, like 2 o'clock, so I go, what's your most recent beer videos? And I always end up getting like the Madison Beer Grill for like beer videos. Not very entertaining, just to tell you the truth. But then I also end up looking up like cannabis or like pot videos, like late at night. Because I'm smoking, and I legitimately just ended up getting some wax from the pot shop like yesterday.
Sweet.
Yeah, there's something that I'd like to say about that, because tell you the truth, I just put a little bit on my bud, and then all of a sudden, I smoke my bud, and then I'm asleep. Yeah.
That's why you want to make your own wax at home, like I do, smashing flowers or however you make it. That way you know what it's made of. See, if you're using this wax that instantly puts you to sleep, it's probably really low quality flowers and stuff. You know what I mean? So
what?
What's that?
I heard you say when you end up buying the stuff from the store, it's made out of what?
No, what I'm saying is not necessarily buying it from the store, but if it's a cheaper wax and it puts you to sleep immediately, it probably is made out of really low quality flowers, or maybe just like sugar leaf or something, you know. So you want to, again, that's why I recommend everybody, you know, make their own stuff at home. That way you know what you're smoking. That's all.
Yeah, I know. But I'm okay on the sleep, you know.
Good. Steven? You're kind of digitizing, dude. You're going in and out. Are you talking?
Hold on. Let me go ahead and go over here. Hey, you'll be able to hear me better.
Okay.
I saw your notepad. There's like, 14 different subjects you want to go ahead and try to hit tonight?
Oh, I have 14 videos.
Oh, yeah.
Three of them are coronavirus. I have coronavirus update from Japan, I have coronavirus update from America, and I have a coronavirus update from Germany.
Do you know what actually really ends up getting me a little bit? Is that 10% of the people who end up catching it become sterile.
Huh.
Like, they just can't make no more kids.
Good.
And the only reason is because the same mechanisms that's attacking the lungs, that's attacking the intestines, that's attacking the heart, it also ends up attacking the testes.
Huh.
So, guys are trying to screw. Females, they're just going to die from it. But guys, they won't be able to make kids from it.
Well, there's plenty of babies in the world, dude. We don't really need more babies at this time in the world. What we need is focusing on making a world that's worthy of bringing new babies into. That's the facts.
I kind of wanted to go ahead and talk to you about that whole Bernie Sanders thing. I'm seriously still there's points of contention between your point of view and my point of view when it comes to Bernie Sanders and how you think the country is actually going to be ran. Because it's not going to be pretty.
Has it been pretty so far, Stephen?
Apparently the economy has been a lot better than everyone thought it would have been.
Huh. Apparently, apparently meaning, apparently some people are doing better, but not me, or apparently, what do you mean by apparently?
Well, all the numbers have been up until this coronavirus hit.
Well, when Barack Obama talked about the numbers, it was always bullshit with Trump. So, now it's supposed to be real because it's coming out of Trump's mouth,
No. I'm going to go ahead and tell you everyone has said that. Although, everyone except people in manufacturing in America, they have not said that.
I don't think the working class is saying that wholeheartedly. Like I keep saying about people who are telling me that this economy is just booming. Here's the deal. I live in a very, very nice neighborhood. And there is not new cars up and down the block everywhere I see, okay? So the economy may be doing okay, but it ain't booming. I'm telling you right now.
That is no indicator of the economy on how flashy people's cars are.
People who have a lot of money, who are doing well in business, like to spend. One of the things they like to spend it on is cars. So yes, it is an indicator. Trust me.
Well, what I'm telling you is that, just because somebody drives a new car doesn't mean the economy is going to be doing well, or doesn't mean they're doing well. Okay, I see teenagers that I drive around, and I drive for a living. Teenagers driving brand new cars. Okay, it legitimately is the older people that are driving older cars. Occasionally, I know you do end up seeing that weird teenager that does like the old classics,
Yeah.
Basically, I occasionally see a kid that ends up driving his dad's old vehicle. You know what I mean?
That's what kids should drive.
Oh yeah. Shoot, I'm still driving my dad's old truck.
That way you figure out if they're going to be able to maintain a new car, as opposed to getting them a new car and then they let it go to shit. You give them an older vehicle that needs fucking some care and see if they give it any care or not, and then you know whether or not they're responsible enough to have a new vehicle.
That's a good, yeah, that's a little bit like giving them a little pet, like a mouse, or, like a lizard, before you end up getting them like a cat or a dog.
Every kid needs a dog.
Well, I still need to go ahead and grow up with one. So I'll go ahead and get one soon.
Every kid needs a dog but you gotta get it when they're like young, like 8, 9, 10, because it teaches them a certain responsibility and a certain care, and it really shows them it shows them family. It helps to teach them about family and being family members and how much family members count. And the truth is that kids who grow up with dogs from the time they're little get sick much less than children who do not have dogs at home.
Well, the only reason due to that is because the dog ends up bringing a whole bunch of sickness to the kid really early.
Yeah.
And the kid gets super strong.
Right.
Because the kid just runs around and plays in the dirt. The kid that is the dirtiest at the youngest age is the healthiest at the oldest age.
I don't know about that, but...
No, I don't know. I'll always let my kids play in the dirt.
Yeah. Dirt is a beautiful thing.
Yeah. I mean, shoot.
I should make a t-shirt. That should be on a t-shirt. Dirt is a beautiful thing. I should write a book. Dirt is a beautiful thing.
Oh,
that should be our new Bible. Go ahead.
I tell you the truth, I love metal detecting. It's one of my weird hobbies. The only thing is that I go ahead and venture to say to any metal detector, always call 611 if you're digging in a public area, because you need to go ahead and check to see if there's any wiring or pipes or anything like that. If you're not surface metal detecting, if you're digging more than 6 inches.
Yeah.
If you're surface metal detecting, you don't need to call 611. You're fine. It's just one of those hobbyist kind of things. Hey, Max, what do you like to do when you take the dogs out? Don't you have one of those other kind of things that you do when you go walking around? Do you light up a joint, or do you end up looking at birds, or what do you do?
I look at the trees a lot. I look at everything around me. I don't look at the phone at all. But I stretch a lot. I stretch and I stretch and I stretch a lot. That's mainly what I do when I walk the dogs.
Okay, so So you do like some kind of exercises.
Yeah, yeah. Stretching, a lot of stretching, a lot of that kind of thing.
What's that kind of stretching that you end up using your body against itself? You know?
Like isometric or something?
Yeah. Yes, that's the one. Thank you. Do you do any of that? Like, I'm curious. How do you do isometrics for your lower back?
Well, that would be something that you type into Google, and it comes right up. Or wherever you type that into.
Yeah. Okay, well, hey, I'm just curious. I really do want to go ahead and, like, ask you about this, Mike. You really do like Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, I like Bernie Sanders.
My point is that he kind of likes communism.
Look, here's the deal. Whatever it is that you think that word means, there is no communism left in the world. Okay? There's if you look at China, they're booming financially because of who they are. They travel. Donald Trump talks about their infrastructure. Look, man, this ideal that somehow communism is horrible thing is very questionable. But the truth is that it's not coming here. Okay, this is the land of the free, and communism is not coming here. Okay, socialism is already wholeheartedly here. We socialistically pay for the police, we socialistically pay for the fire department, we socialistically pay for schooling here. Okay, it's a big part of this country. Okay, so I don't know why you have this fucking built-in auto. Yeah, don't fucking be triggered by these dog whistle words. Okay, it's just ridiculous. Come here.
Yeah, socialism is not coming to America. Like Trump said earlier in his speech, the coronavirus is not coming to America.
The coronavirus is in America.
Oh, no, it's not coming to America. We only have 15 plus 35 cases, is what Donald Trump said. So whatever that number amounts to, which is clearly not the actual number that is actually written in the statistics, actually tallied down. Trump ended up underreporting as he ended up mining the whole disastrous situation, of course. He's clearly hiding something.
I thought he didn't sound very informed about the situation at all. Honestly, he sounded like he had no clue as to what was going on. In my opinion.
No, trust me, exactly. No, when he ended up talking about any of the points about the actual mechanics of how the virus works, or like how long it takes, or just any of the details regarding of it. He was misinformed 100%. It was 100% misinformation what he was saying. And I see some people online give, like on YouTube, give like a really long detailed, statistics and numbers, and, they try to quote facts. And I know they're all bullshit because all the rest of them are not, all the rest of their details don't line up with what they're saying. So you can obviously tell what's going on. The goal here, the goal for China is to go ahead and keep secret and not say anything to hide the truth until everyone knows the truth. That's the goal, is to go ahead and not say anything until everyone knows.
Who's my beautiful baby? Who? These people, the goal is to spread fear so they can get their billions of dollars in resources, which they can all dole out amongst them with their little kickbacks, because they all get kickbacks on that, because you can tell they all get kickback because they're so excited about getting the $3 billion worth of resources. The only reason they would be that excited is because they know it's going to somehow, some of it's going to land up in their fucking lap. The whole thing is about hyping fear. That's what I have been talking about on Mox News this entire time, is don't give in to the fear, okay? It's easy to give in to the fear. Again, what Trump said about the flu was really important to recognize, okay? There's less than 100 people in this country that have this thing, and every year, like, tens of thousands of people die from the flu in this country, and nobody acts like, oh my God, the flu is coming, ever. No one. The media, just a little tiny bit, acts like that, but nobody I've ever met acts like that. Okay, so now what I'm telling you again is don't buy into it until there's a reason to fucking legitimately, act as if there's a fucking zombie apocalypse going on, okay? Because that's what I hear, the fear of people in their voices. That's what I hear them saying. It's not what's happening.
Wait, did you just compare the flu to the Wuhan flu, like the regular flu, to the actual, like most legitimately, we do understand that, like, the death rate on the actual flu is 0.014%.
Look, again, tens of thousands of people die in this country every year from it, and nobody acts like, oh my God, the flu is coming, okay? So be rational about what's happening.
So that's less than a tenth, and then a half after that tenth.
Okay.
That's less than
Just go ahead and ignore what it is I'm saying.
Well, I mean, like, you can go ahead and go with that death rate of the actual flu. The
truth, the facts of what actually happens every year. I can go with the facts of what actually happens every year, or we can go with some imagined bullshit fear that people want to spread. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, the actual recorded statistics, the official numbers are fear-based, of course, because everyone that is clearly reporting, like China has reported the 9, I can count them on my hand, 9 cases yesterday that they ended up somehow getting, and not the other 9,000 that they don't report. Yeah. Somehow, the 9 cases they ended up reporting in that country doesn't even come close to the 900 plus cases they ended up getting in Iran.
Look.
You're telling me China somehow fixed the situation, yet Iran can't wrap its head around it, yet Iran somehow can go ahead and do nuclear weapons construction. Okay.
Look, here's the deal, okay? You start off this conversation with, the communists are coming! The fear is here! And then you move to this fear about the coronavirus, dude. I don't know why you want to thrive on that, but that's not what we're about here.
Dude, you're promoting the idea of Bernie Sanders.
Freedom. Day one, marijuana legalization, power taken away from the police state and given to the people. Day one.
Okay. Why doesn't he legalize all plants?
Well, we'll see what it is that he does do. We don't know what it is he's going to do.
Why is he stopping at one?
Why are you fucking not acknowledging the importance of this one? This one matters more than any other fucking plant on the fucking planet. And you can't acknowledge that he wants to give it back to the people? Oh my God, dude. Come on.
I do acknowledge that he does want to do that, you know? Except the only other fact after I acknowledge that that is something that he wants to do on day one, right off the bat, even though it needs to go through Congress, still needs to go through the Senate, still needs to go ahead and get passed as a law, still needs to go ahead and go through all those loops.
At least he's saying as president that this is going to be important to him. At least he's saying it. Barack Obama laughed at people who tried to talk to him about it. He laughed in their faces.
Even though it won't happen on day one, and I acknowledge it is a very important thing to do in America, we need to go ahead and get back to the weed standard, you know? Because if we get back to the cannabis standard, it will go ahead and wipe the floor playing with the Federal Reserve, and we will finally have something as good as the gold standard. That would be good. You know, I sincerely, respect the plant. Trust me, you can make a kingdom out of cannabis. I know.
You can heal the planet with cannabis.
Yes.
I know.
Yes. Trust me, thousands of different uses. I plan on trying.
Okay, and the importance of that to the fucking people of this planet. Okay? Donald Trump, whoever else, none of these assholes are gonna fucking do that. Okay? In fact, they all fucking claim that they're gonna do it now because they see the overwhelming support that it gets for people, but in their fucking positions that they've been in for where they had the ability to make things happen for the people, they've done squat. Pete Buttigieg is one of the biggest liars on the face of the fucking planet to say he wants to legalize marijuana. He could not be a more full of shit human being. And Joe Biden, give me a break.
That is true. And I will go ahead and say that even though everyone has poo-pooed and put blame on Donald stuff in his presidency, the only reason he couldn't have done that is because of the obstruction of people who disagree with him, such as the people who you and the people you agree with support. So the people that you support disagree with Donald Trump and have obstructed him from even legalizing cannabis because the people that you are talking about, like, my God, they're out there.
Donald Trump has no interest in legalizing cannabis. Nor do any other Republicans. What?
During his second term.
What?
Why didn't Obama do it during his second term? Obama should have legalized it.
Obama should have legalized it on day one the way that Bernie Sanders has said he will, and because Obama could have saved thousands and tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of black children's lives by doing so. Okay? Obama is the biggest, giantest disappointment of my lifetime. Okay? So, there you go. And he's a big part of the reason we now have Donald Trump.
It took me a minute to go ahead and go through the mental gymnastics to go ahead and go, okay, well, the system is screwing up that number of black people. It took me a minute to go ahead and get there, but yes, you are telling the truth.
Okay? So the facts. And whatever was wrong with Obama, other than the fact he doesn't care about black people, I don't know. You know, because he fucking smoked the fuck out of marijuana in high school. And it was just fine for him to do it and not have his life ruined, clearly. But it's fine to ruin all these other black kids' lives because they got busted with pot. Piece of shit, Obama. Now you know why I hate Obama. Okay?
Yeah. Too strong for life.
So, all right, Stephen, listen, I got to play another clip. So it's good to hear from you. I'm glad you're doing good.
Okay, hey, did you see the Tucker Carlson clip about coronavirus? So,
What about it?
basically, I thought he had like a okay like representation of the coronavirus.
Yeah,
I thought it was reasonable.
Okay, well, I'll look at it. I didn't get a look at Tucker tonight. But it's good to hear from you. And I'll talk to you.
I thought it was yesterday, but yeah, you have a good night.
Oh, I played the clip from Tucker from yesterday about coronavirus.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
And give Rufus and your other dog a treat.
They get plenty.
You need to get a kitty cat for those two.
Fuck that.
Trust me, they love a cat.
Yeah, I know they would. I don't want a cat. Fuck cats.
Okay. Well, you have a good night, though.
All right. See you, Steven. That's Steven from Reno. And again, over and over and over, I said, don't buy into the fear. And he gets he gets on the phone and he's like, fear, communism is coming, fear, and then it's coronavirus. Now I have 3 coronavirus updates. The coronavirus is dangerous. It's out there. Again, so is the flu. And we don't freak out about the flu. Okay? So, tens of thousands of Americans die from the flu every year. And we don't freak out we don't go, oh my God, the flu is coming. So you need to put this in perspective like that. Okay? Don't freak out. We'll get through it. It's cool. We always get through it, man. We get through the flu season every year. And nobody freaks out. The media, just a tiny bit, freaks out. They try to get you to freak out. And now they have this, oh my God, disease. And they're trying to get you to freak out. Just like, like they do with everything. Fear, fear, fear. Bernie Sanders is a socialist. Everything is fear. Everything is fear, fear, fear. And all I've ever said is don't give in to the fear. Fear is meant to be a very momentary thing in our lives. It's like, oh shit, something just happened right in front of me. I got to make a decision right now. Do I run or do I stand my ground? And I'll give you a situation, okay? Me and Craig and the dogs were at a festival last summer, and all of a sudden gunfire rang out, right? There's thousands of people and gunfire rings out, and like 1,000 people come running straight at me and Craig and the dogs. And Craig looks at me and he goes, should we run? And I looked and I said no. And I pulled him over to the side away from all this river of people. And we just sat there and watched them all run by. And everything was fine. You just need to be aware of your surroundings. That's all. And like wash your hands. I say wash your hands. Wash your fucking hands. Don't shake hands with people. Whatever. Just don't buy into the fear. Okay? So do you guys want to see coronavirus updates, or should we stay away from the coronavirus? Because I have coronavirus update from Japan, I have coronavirus update from the US, and I have coronavirus update from Germany. If you want to see them. They're there. Because I think in Germany today they announced some blah blah blah. So all I'm saying is that there's stuff going on, and if you want to know what's going on around different spots in the world, I have that ability. We can do it now. Or we can skip that and we can go to Julian Assange, or we can go to plane battery fire, or a whole bunch of other stuff we have here. Okay, 6-year-old arrested. I know you guys want to see a 6-year-old get arrested, right? While she's crying, begging the cop not to put her in a cop car. You guys want to see that? All right, I'll play a clip. see. I am going to play a clip of, do you guys see the Tulsi clip I posted earlier? She was talking about the coronavirus. Tulsi was talking about the coronavirus earlier. I have that clip here, but I don't have it quite lined up on the machine. I'll have to get Craig to do that in a minute. She was talking about the coronavirus earlier, and she was saying it's wrong of people to be spreading this fear. It's wrong of people to be saying the coronavirus is coming and millions of people are going to die. Literally, that's what she said. She said it's wrong to say this thing is coming to America and it's going to kill millions of us. It's wrong to say that. It's wrong. It's like yelling fire in a crowded theater. Okay, so I have that clip of Tulsi. I actually posted that earlier. It was from this afternoon. If you want to see that, but I'll have to get it lined up. I don't have it lined up just yet. And I have let's see, what do we want to see here? 6-year-old. Oh, here we go. Kids learning how to use Narcan to save their parents' lives. How about that? That sounds like a good one, right? And what does the drug war bring us? It brings us 8-year-olds learning to use Narcan so they can save their parents' lives. Isn't that a great thing? Isn't science wonderful? That's clip number 9.
So the next time someone overdoses on opioids, it might be a first grader who ends up saving their life. I mean, so many communities across the country are suffering from this opioid crisis, but Carter County, Tennessee has seen families completely destroyed by it, and things so bad there, county health officials have started teaching children as young as 6 years old how to reverse an overdose by administering Narcan. Joining me now, Dan Levin. He's a national reporter for the New York Times. Welcome back, Dan. You wrote this article detailing the program, the people that it affects. I mean, I got to say, a 6-year-old, what did the officials tell you there in this county on why they are going to these extremes?
So, this is a county where dozens and dozens of people have died from overdoses over the last several years. And think about this program more as a broader version of the kind of drug prevention education. So it's not just teaching kids that drugs are dangerous, but also how they can save a life if they need to. And it's actually a pretty practical, though radical approach, right? It's saying there are people who use drugs, some of these people may overdose, and some of those people are parents who have kids who may be there when that happens. So this is about teaching those kids what to do in case of that emergency.
And you're right, it's practical. It's more of a sad sign of the times. What's the reaction been, especially from some of the families directly affected there?
So, I mean, obviously, I think you have a real sense of support from those who support this program. At the same time, there's a lot of opposition. A lot of schools have said they don't want it, even though there are addiction problems within the families of those students. This is a very socially conservative area, so they have to deal with that. And again, yeah, it's like we're in a country now where preschoolers are doing active shooter drills, right? So it's a question of, are we trying to teach kids for the world that we want, or is it that we teach kids for the world that we have? And there are kids I spoke to one child who had taught his grandmother how to administer Narcan. It's a nasal spray. So, it's revolutionary, but I think this could be taught around the country because you do have so many overdoses, fatal overdoses. And these kids as young as 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old can be the ones to save a life and call 911.
Yeah, I think you say it perfectly. Do you want to teach them for the world we have or the world that we wish that we had? A sad sign of the times. Dan Levin, some great reporting there. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
And here is the simple truth. Remember when we had home ec? Home economics. I mean, it's been so long. I literally had to ask people in the newsroom today, does anyone remember how to spell home ec? Is it home EC? And everyone was like, oh yeah, whatever happened to home ec? This was a staple. I vividly remember cutting patterns for clothes I was making. I absolutely loved it. Same thing for shop. built some really cool things. Yeah, girls took shop too. All of it gone. In fact, even recess hours have been dwindling. It's prompted some states to introduce legislation calling for mandatory playtime, instead replacing fire drills with active shooter drills. Actually, Sandy Hook promised putting out this to put into perspective what kids these days are dealing with.
These new sneakers are just what I needed for the new year.
This jacket is a real must-have.
My parents got me the skateboard I wanted. It's pretty cool.
These scissors really come in handy in art class. These colored pencils, too.
These new socks, they can be a real lifesaver. And I finally got my own phone to stay in touch with my mom.
This has been so hard to watch. I mean, the reality our children are faced with now, classes on how to administer Narcan. I mean, we don't need anyone to tell us or put into words how much of a difference this is from a decade ago, 2 decades ago. And what happens when we prepare our kids for the worst and never teach them to be their best? That's the simple truth.
So again, I've talked about this before. I played that clip with the kids in the shooting drill, you know, and the kids are just being when I played that clip in the past, it was to point out the fact that kids are suffering from post-traumatic stress from these shooting drills. They're having nightmares, or you know, they can't stop thinking about it. And again, the government knows that it's doing this, and they're doing it on purpose. They don't need to have a fucking shooting drill, okay? I mean, we had fire drills when I was a kid. That got the kids where they needed to be. You know, you do the same fucking thing, shooting drill, fire drill, except for there's cops, and they might fucking kill you. Because the cops are fucking rabid animals, and you have to see this clip with the 6-year-old getting put in the cop car from school. Because again, if cops were these heroes, you know, if they were, then the 6-year-old wouldn't be incredibly terrified of being put in a police car. Just like, oh my God, you gotta see it. I'll play that for you momentarily. But I thought this was interesting with the Narcan. Again, this is what the drug war brings us. Okay? This is what the war on drugs has brought us, is a heroin epidemic to the point of little children having to learn how to dispense this life-saving overdose drug. You know, I mean little children. And I mean, I guess it's good that they're learning it, you know, but what kind of world is that? You know what I mean? So, and that's exactly what the drug war has brought us. And all of you who want to keep the drug war going, this is exactly what you'll get out of it for another generation and another generation. Overdose children, you know, in every home across America. Okay? That's what the drug war will bring you if you don't fucking stop. If you're not smart enough to look and see that that's what the drug war produces, then you deserve to continue with this fucking bullshit. Okay? Because it's obvious what the drug war and the police state gives us. It gives us a heroin epidemic where little children are having to save their parents' lives. Okay? And we all know it. It's right there to see. So if you don't see the drug war as completely stupid, evil, a waste of money, and doing the exact opposite of what you hope, what you believe you needed a drug war for in the first place, it's doing the exact opposite of that. So, I want to make that point. Now, the other point I want to make is I was talking about Oh, right. Last night's show being blocked, right? Last night's show was blocked by CBS News because I played a debate clip. And the debate clip that they blocked, I played 2 debate clips. One with Elizabeth Warren talking about how Mike Bloomberg supported Lindsey Graham in his last election, right? And then I played the other clip, which was a Bernie Sanders talking about, or all the candidates talking about Bernie Sanders' plan to legalize marijuana on day 1 of his presidency. I played that clip. That's the clip that CBS claimed copyright on and blocked worldwide. They don't want anyone to see. And the reason I'm pointing out that they didn't claim copyright on both clips is because that's what you would normally do. That's what you would normally find. But the reason that they claim copyright on that clip, and again, this is what I want to point out, is that they can claim copyright and just attach a commercial to my video, and then they make money off of every person who sees it. Everyone knows that copyright owners can do that on anyone's video. So they can do that on my video, and my video can stay live worldwide, and they can make money off of every penny. They can make a pretty shiny penny off of every view it gets, right? But instead, they choose to block it, and you have to ask yourself why. If this might make them a few extra pennies, why on earth would they block it? Why wouldn't they just take those extra? Why wouldn't those money-grubbing scumbags at CBS just take the extra pennies? Right? Why? And the truth is, because they need to control the conversation. They can't stand, this freedom. Anything that has to do with freedom, they have to be in control of the conversation. I remember I posted a clip of Donald Trump in a CBS debate where he was telling, where Jeb Bush, he was responding to Jeb Bush saying that his brother kept us safe for 8 years. And, and Donald Trump said, not on 9/11. And it was like a 2-minute long clip from the CBS News debate in which, Donald Trump actually said something important, that on 9/11, some people fucked up and nobody seemed to pay a price for it, including his brother, Jeb Bush's brother. And CBS again blocked that video, a short little video, and the reason that they blocked it is because they must control that conversation. They might have that clip somewhere on their page, maybe, but if it's live on there, if they do have it posted where people can watch it, either you can't comment on it, or if you do comment on it, the comments are extremely censored, right? And this is why they're taking the Bernie Sanders clip out and saying, oh no, we can't have that discussion without us being in control of it. That's this evil. This is what's wrong with YouTube. Okay, is that there is fair use. There's a reason that there's fair use too, because the people need to be able to discuss these important topics, legalization of marijuana, 9/11. They need to be able to discuss these important topics in whatever platform they need to be able to discuss it. Okay, and here's the potential new president talking about marijuana, and all the other potential new presidents talking about marijuana legalization. And no, we can't have that. We can't have that conversation without us being in control of it. And I also want to point out that to all the people for years and years and years and years and years who have told me that all you have to do is talk for 30 seconds before you post these videos, and then they can't claim copyright on it, you're wrong. I'm right about fair use video. This is fair use video. A debate is fair use video, if ever. And unfortunately, YouTube doesn't care about what Fairview's video is. So don't give me your whiny little, I don't know what I'm doing, and if I just did it right, they wouldn't be able to claim copyright on me. You don't know what you're talking about. And I do know what I'm doing. And I was doing it for years and years and years before there was ever a YouTube. So we're clear. So I have more clips. You guys, we should watch the Julian Assange clip because he's clearly being tortured. And I think it's important that this video clip does establish that. And I really hope that there'll be a lot more people protesting for Julian and speaking up for Julian. So I'm going to play that clip for you now.
Well, on his first day of his extradition hearing, WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange was stripped naked twice and handcuffed 11 times at this high-security prison in London. His attorney says the treatment was something that could hurt Assange's ability to, quote, participate in the hearing. So CNN's Phil Black is on this story from London. How did it go that first day?
Hey, Lynn. Yeah, so the prison where Julian Assange is being held is right next door to the courthouse that is deciding his future, specifically whether he should be extradited to the United States. But his lawyers say that crossing that short distance is proving slow, difficult and degrading because he has been stripped, cuffed, moved between cells, all of this multiple times, and he has had his court documents confiscated. All of this, they say, prevents him from enjoying a fair legal process, and the lawyer acting for the US government in this case agrees. The US has opened its case arguing for extradition, saying Assange knew that he was damaging US government interests, national security, and endangering the lives of hundreds of people who'd worked secretly with the United States in dangerous countries around the world when he published vast numbers of unredacted classified documents back in 2011. Assange is wanted before a US court to face 18 charges regarding hacking and espionage. His lawyers say all of this is political, that he's being persecuted and chased by the Trump administration because they have gone to war, they say, against leakers and journalists. And Assange's lawyers have repeated a particularly controversial claim that Trump offered some form of pardon through an intermediary if Assange was prepared to help him out politically, specifically that he could prove publicly that Russia wasn't behind the hacking of the Democratic National Committee in 2016. All of this, getting to the detail of it, is going to take some months of hearings, and then after that the loser is expected to appeal, so it'll be some time yet before we know whether Julian Assange will appear before a US court. Lynn.
It'll be interesting to see how that shakes out. Phil Black, thank you for that.
Okay, so you know, Julian's being treated horribly, and he was just trying to do the right thing by all of us. You know, that's the truth. You know, knowledge is freedom. Okay, knowledge. I put on my business card, you know, there's the word knowledge, because that's what journalism is about. And Julian Assange was truly a journalist, and he truly shared knowledge with the people. And it's unfortunate, and it's disgusting. Not unfortunate, it's disgusting that he's been treated like the worst of the worst, like a terrorist. And it's because of our government. Okay? And Tulsi Gabbard has said that she will immediately pardon Julian Assange if she gets in the White House. Okay, so that's another reason that I support Bernie, because I think that there's a chance that he might take her along with him to the White House, and that she would push for that really, really hard. She also said that she will pardon Edward Snowden of all charges, so then he could come home too and be the hero who he is. Okay, so that being said, should we do coronavirus updates or not? I don't know. You guys didn't say. Should we? Should we do coronavirus updates? Huh? Huh? Or you want to see the 6-year-old getting arrested? or does anybody want to call? The do not disturb is off the phone. You're more than welcome to call. The phone number is 805-669-6397. It's a call-in show. And the main purpose of the call-in show is that we can sidestep these YouTube censors. And we can talk about things, because YouTube has become so, they just can't wait to censor your comments. Again, your freedom is dangerous to the powers that be. And this is one of the ways that we sidestep their power, is by us gathering here and talking live on the phone, so they can't go, oh, you can't talk about that. They could, but that would shut down the whole thing. And if they do that in the middle of the stream, right, that will look extremely suspicious. Extremely suspicious. Now, I want to point out real quick on the television screen here, it says this is like right now, and it says Trump downplays coronavirus a risk in the U.S. after CDC warns of spread, right? So Trump downplays coronavirus. So, I mean, what is it they want him to do? Come up to the thing and say, we're all going to die. You have to go get food and medicine now because there won't be any a month from now. I mean, I thought he didn't do anything to actually calm anybody. They say he downplayed coronavirus risk, right? He downplayed it. I don't think he did anything to calm anybody's nerves, because in my opinion, he did not sound like an informed individual. And I mean, that's what you look for in the leadership, is like as if they know what they're talking about. And it wasn't because he was saying, this or that. It just was because he seemed like he was repeating things again and again, things that were just general about any kind of an emergency, and it felt like he really didn't know. He wasn't brought up to speed on the topic. So I don't know, but he didn't sound real super informative, or like he was gonna, like he actually was telling anybody anything that they needed to know. So. But these people downplays the risk of coronavirus. This is the thing. This is what I keep saying is, I definitely downplay the risk, but this downplays the risk of coronavirus. I mean, these people, I can't imagine what they would be saying if he was up there and he'd be like, his hair was on fire and we're all going to die, or you need to prepare now so that you're not caught off guard. Right? They'd be like, oh my God, he's spreading fear, which is all they do all day long. This is how they're spreading fear now. Trump downplays risk of coronavirus. Yeah, you people should be totally in fear right now. Coronavirus is going to kill us all. So, if you want to see, I have coronavirus updates. If you don't want to see, we don't need to play them. Okay? Because you can watch them anywhere if you want to feed off that fear. But again, I have one from Japan, I have one from the U.S., and I have one from Germany. So it's not as if I'm just taking the mainstream media fear loop and trying to show it to you. I want to show you, because I don't get the fear so much off the Japanese news, and the German news is a little bit more fearful, but they're not like the U.S. They're not like these big fucking headlines where, risk of coronavirus spreading in the U.S. Oh! They don't do that. At least not for 5 minutes at a time. So, because, you don't even have to have the fucking volume on there to get the fear, right? Coronavirus spreading in the United States of America, right? You don't even have to have the volume on. Okay, so let's see. And again, we've gotten through these things all our fucking human history, right? It used to be different. You know, it wasn't this fear of the, you know, it's like, wait, is that a tiger? I don't see a fucking tiger. You're lying. There's no tiger. Ah, fucking tiger! You know, but we get through it. That's all I'm saying is, you know, I don't see a fucking tiger. If you see a fucking tiger, then you take care of the fucking tiger. That's all. And again, you know, this is the way the human history has been. You know, I mean, we've gotten through it, and we've gotten through this thing with the flu, right? The flu kills tens of thousands of people every year in America, and nobody runs around going, the flu is coming, right? So, you know, put that in perspective is all I'm saying. We'll get through it. And I'm the one with the lung condition who has to apply essential oils every hour on the hour. So it's me who should be worried the most. Just don't buy into it. Okay, so let's see. You want to see, should I play a coronavirus update? How about assisted suicide? Does that sound better? Okay, let's talk about assisted suicide. Should people be allowed to... It's so weird. Okay, so at the end of this clip, I'm going to play the assisted suicide clip. At the end of the assisted suicide clip, this guy says, he talks about how he thinks it's a bad thing because people should be able to live in dignity for as long as possible, right? And to me, assisted suicide is all about living in dignity. It's all about, you know, after you can no longer wipe your ass for yourself, you know, and you really don't like someone else doing that for you because it makes you feel very undignified. Not that you should feel that way, but just maybe that's what happens. You know, you might want to talk to the doctor about, you know, not continuing on like this because I can't deal with it. You know what I mean? And that's what dignity, but this guy who's against it, he talks about being able to live as long as possible in dignity. I don't understand it. I'll play that clip for you now because I thought it's important, and we should have this discussion more, actually. And we're going to in the months and years to come.
A major ruling here in Germany, and it addresses who decides when we die. The country's highest court today overturned a ban on medically assisted suicides. A group of patients and doctors brought the case to court, arguing that a law banning assisted suicide was unconstitutional. The ruling touches on an emotional debate about euthanasia and end-of-life decisions, and it is especially sensitive here in Germany, where the Nazis used a so-called euthanasia program to kill hundreds of thousands of people with disabilities.
The decision by the German Constitutional Court took many by surprise. The ruling means assisted suicide may soon legally take place in Germany.
The common rights of the individual allow the right to a self-determined death. That right includes the freedom to take one's own life, therefore also to seek help from a third party as long as it's offered.
One of the people who brought the case to court was Helmut Feldmann. He has a terminal illness and wants the right to end his life when it's no longer worth living.
I don't want it to reach that stage. The difficulty breathing. Perhaps I won't be able to communicate. My quality of life will have reached its limits. And I won't want to go on.
But not everyone welcomed the court's ruling. At a Catholic charity hospice in Berlin, many see things differently.
I'm simply concerned that there will now suddenly just be a really easy way that's quicker and also cheaper. That's not something I want in our society. I want to be certain that everything possible is done so that people can live with dignity until the last moment.
There are various opinions on the High Court's ruling, also out on the street.
If everything is done according to the rules and all the paperwork is there and the family agrees, I think it's a good thing.
I think that people should always give life a chance. Among all the times of terrible misery, something good can happen. I find it hard to then get a doctor involved.
If it's about someone who is terminally ill and has decided they don't want to live anymore, then they should also have that possibility that someone can help them.
The court's decision now puts pressure on the government. Lawmakers will soon have to establish regulations for medication and procedures.
Okay, so I'm back. Hold on. Okay, you can have it now. Okay, so I just thought that clip was, this is one of those things that I think is a human right. You know, I think there's a reason that that humans are able to kill themselves. You know, it's part of the design. I've always looked at it as kind of an emergency backdoor. You know, if you get yourself in somehow over your head to where you're just trapped in this horrible thing that you can't stand any longer, that you know, there's always this way out. But at the same time, there's no do-overs on this. You know, once you do it, you don't get to do it again to change your mind. So if you actually do it, you need to. If you're actually thinking about doing it, the main thing you have to ask is, can I go one more day? Because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, and it might be better. You know, so that's the most important thing. But I think especially for people suffering from different types of medical issues, that this is incredibly important. Just to be able, like the guy said, be able to live as long as you can in dignity. You know, because after you can't live in dignity any longer, a lot of people probably wouldn't want to continue. So, you know, I just think, especially if a doctor's involved, you know, I mean, he's not going to let a healthy 16-year-old do it, right? That's the point. A healthy person with a bright future ahead, why would you even consider that? Okay, so now I have other clips. We can take a phone call. The do not disturb sign is not on the phone, so you can call anytime. The phone number is 805-669-6397. That's 805 Mox News. And we do the live show every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. It's your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. I'm your host, Moxie. And this Saturday, we're going to be doing a special live show for the primary, for the South Carolina primary, which is happening this weekend. The South Carolina primary, which we've been told again and again and again, Bernie Sanders can't win, just like all the other primaries. So it should be very interesting to see the outcome. And I am very much looking forward to sharing that outcome with you on Saturday. So be sure and set your calendar for Saturday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. I'm sorry, 5 p.m. It's a East Coast primary, South Carolina. So they'll be out. It'll be at 5 p.m. Pacific time. Will be 8 Pacific time in South Carolina. So we should be getting plenty of results by then. And again, I really enjoy sharing those evenings with you, and all of these evenings. It makes a huge difference when you're here, when we get to have interesting conversations. You know, you know, someone said, you know, that one of the callers said he feels like something spiritual is going on, and I agree. I think that there is something spiritual going on. I think that there's a big change about to happen in the world, and part of that change is going to be a deeply spiritual human thing, I think. So I figure we got that going for us, which is nice. I'm looking forward to anyways. So, did anybody tell me if they want to hear coronavirus updates? Is this thing on? Yeah, I don't think a whole lot of people are waiting the Messiah. I don't think. Are you guys waiting for the Messiah? I'm not waiting for the Messiah. That's one thing I am not waiting for. It's not that I wouldn't like to hang with the Messiah and have a fat burn, you know? It's just, it's just not my bag. That's all. You know, this whole, people bowing down around the world. I mean, I'm not going to bow down. I'm going to be like, hey, you want to smoke a fatty? Which is who I've always been and who I'll always be. You know? Dude, come have a dab with my cock. Right? Okay, so I now have the Tulsi Gabbard coronavirus clip update also. So I posted a Tulsi Gabbard video earlier where she was talking about people saying that the coronavirus is going to come here and kill millions of Americans are wrong to do so. Okay? And that's what I keep telling you guys, you know. Just don't buy into it. That's what she's saying, that's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying for this whole time, right? So, coronavirus update, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Yes, no. Seriously? Seriously what? Seriously what? Corona Chan, please. Corona Chan. You want Corona videos? Alright, I'll play a Corona video. Thank you. Corona Clan. Hello, caller.
Hi, Mike. How you doing, man?
I'm good. Who is this? This
is Wilco.
Hey, Wilco. It's good to hear from you, bro. What's up?
I just had to call in and clarify that since you didn't get my sarcasm.
I think I missed part of the conversation, honestly, Wilco.
Yeah, totally. So, but you were mentioning about, you know, the caller said this is a spiritual thing, which I agree with, and then I think you mentioned something about some change is happening, and you know, in our country or something. I don't know. But so that's my comment, was that we are all waiting our Messiah.
Oh, okay.
Because it seems to me that people that believe that we could vote our way out of this fucking mess, that think Bernie Sanders is going to come in and save us. So to me, it really appears, because you've seen me mention government God. You know, you can say in our culture, I don't believe in God. And people are like, yeah, whatever, you're an atheist. But if you say, I don't believe in government, it's like, oh my God, how can you not believe in government? What would we do? Who's going to build the roads? Oh, you like the fire department, don't you? Like that means that we have to have, you know, this worship of government, and this idea that we can, that we have these all-powerful leaders that we all look up to, and we spend all this focus, and oh my God, if we could just get this one elected, we'll all be saved.
Yeah.
Which I wish that was true, man. I really do.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish there was a Christian Messiah that's going to make everything beautiful, but I can't find any evidence that says that any of that is anything but a bunch of stories. I want to believe. I want to believe in government. I want to believe in aliens. Unlike you, I haven't seen a massive spaceship off the freeway and had to go through all that. But I have paid attention to government for 20 years plus. and I spent a lot of time voting for third parties so that I could, try to make the point with enough people that we could change this. And over and over and over, I watched them underreport third parties' votes if they report anything at all. And the same shit. Nothing's changed. Foreign policy hasn't changed a bit. So they mess with everything. Oh, we're going to give you health. They made everybody buy health care. Sure, some people in certain income brackets got what they had before.
Yeah.
They just had to. Maybe they were getting it through a different form, but I don't know how all that works, and I think that varies by state. But all they did was mandate that everybody buy fucking their own private insurance policy, which you could have gone and bought a cheap-ass Blue Cross policy for the same price. There wasn't even really savings with everybody banding up together. So that's the one thing that kind of changed. We got to give everybody health care, which is a wonderful idea. Everybody should have health care. I got no problem with everybody getting Medicare.
It seemed like insurance companies actually the prices went up, right?
Sure they did.
Yeah.
So what happened really is like if you had your Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, whatever you call it, you had no insurance, you could probably get a policy for somewhere around the same price as if you had no group behind you and bought Blue Cross on your own. Now, if you had a plan from an employer, because the insurance companies had to provide, supposedly, coverage to lower income people at some sort of lower rate, which I didn't see that. But I think that there are some people in certain income brackets that got basically Medi-Cal, like in California, you're just on Medi-Cal. You're not getting anything special. Yeah. And Medi-Cal sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, terrible. I paid at one point. I forged a paycheck stub to make it look like I got paid every week instead of at the time it was like every 2 weeks, so that it would put me into a higher income bracket, so that I could pay a little bit for a program called Healthy Families, which at least I was paying a little bit, and I didn't feel like I was taking a handout, and you maybe could choose a different doctor, and you didn't have to jump through the hoops that Medi-Cal makes you jump through on a monthly basis. Like if you received some sort of money from somewhere, well, you'll be canceled. If you're honest about it. If you report your income, they'll just cancel you. And now for the next month, so Medi-Cal sucks. And I think that the insurance companies raise the rates on companies' plans. So I know that, like my company, that it just keeps going up. Part of that's the union, but so I don't really want to get into all that. I do think that healthcare should, if we're going to provide anything, if we're going to tax people, let's take care of our own people. Let's give everybody health care. Let's take care of poor single moms. I don't care if they're welfare moms, if they're being lazy or whatever. Let's take care of them rather than sending all that money overseas.
Let's look at it realistically and understand that it's a matter of national security. Healthcare in this country, especially now when we're looking at, it's so easy to now at this moment see, when we're talking about a pandemic, a worldwide pandemic. Again, don't fucking buy into it, but that's what's being talked about. It's so easy to see the importance of every single person being able to go to a doctor. And if you can't understand that as a matter of national security, then you're really not paying. I mean, I don't think you're looking at it from the right perspective.
Okay, I'm always looking at things from a different perspective. Now think about it this way: it's national security, and so we got to give everybody health care. But I'm not going to the doctor. I have insurance, and I'm not going to the doctor. I don't want to go to the doctor. When there's sick people there.
I hear you, man.
I'm going to go hang out with sick people.
That's the last thing. That's the last place I want to go.
I think for national security purposes, maybe we shouldn't let anybody go to the fucking doctor.
Well,
because that's where they're going to this idea. And all these people think that these white coated drug dealers, where in the state of Tennessee they wrote more prescriptions for opioids than there are people.
Yeah.
And then we're at the same time supposed to believe that the horse shit that they're selling us is real. I have a degree in biology, and half the people that were in my class and for the the undergrad, were they claim their major was pre-med, and in all of these classes in your undergrad for biology where they teach you how systems of the body work, these fuckers didn't care about anything. The only time that they were inquisitive about any of this stuff was, is this going to be on the test? They don't give a shit about health. They don't give a shit about knowing how things work. They just want the money.
Yeah.
So they got their bachelor's degree, and then they went off to med school, where the majority of the time their instruction was provided to them from pharmaceutical companies. And so these people, they're practicing medicine. As everybody knows, I played hockey. Well, we practiced before we played the game. These motherfuckers are practicing on you, and the only time they play the game is when they become a statistic, being the third largest cause of death. Doctors.
Yeah.
So, all this horse shit. We don't need a doctor. We don't need to go to the doctor for them to tell us you should lose weight, and you should be more active, and you should eat healthy, and stop smoking cigarettes. Fuck, we don't need to go pay a copay to have a drug dealer in a white coat who's if you've got Kaiser, has been out of med school for 5 minutes. And I don't know, sorry, I'll work.
No, I hear you. You're making total sense, and I get about I see it as witch doctory. It's guess hit and miss. Well, let's try this now. That didn't work. Let's try this. Fuck you. Get away from me.
Worse than that, they give you one thing and it didn't work, or it did work or whatever, but you don't really know because it fucks my head up a little bit, so maybe it works. But now I can't, I'm having explosive diarrhea, doc. So then they give you another pill for the explosive diarrhea instead of taking you off the pill that caused the explosive diarrhea. Then you're like, now I'm seeing triple. And so they give you another pill to correct your vision so that you're only seeing, 2 instead of 3. And, my God. And to, just to mention, I saw a comment from Jackie Cat saying, I'm triggered and coming in hot. And she's right. And there's a reason for that. And I bet people in the chat can guess what that reason is. I don't want to wait for that because this is about entertainment and time. Here's the deal: I haven't had a dab yet.
Oh, dude! It's so funny. It's so funny when I'm like, when I'm starting the show and I'm like, if I'm too tense, I look in the chat room and it says, dude, have a dab, and it's always Wilco, and I'm like, yeah, he's right. I need to have a dab, and then everything's fine again.
Yeah, and that's where I'm at right now. I'm a little worked up. Also, someone in the chat called me a flat earther because I mentioned that we never landed on the moon. So that, and the flat earth thing is a psyop. It
sure seems like it. I really don't. It just came out of left field, and people are just wholeheartedly bought into it. It's so weird.
And instantly the 9/11 truth community was divided in half. And they started fighting against each other. And it became the Bible beaters against the people who were actually fucking thinking about this shit, because they pull some crap out of the Bible about the firmament and claim that, we're under some fucking dome and we're on a disc and yada, yada, yada. Right, and so what it did is it co-opted the truth movement, because and the time when this happened, you'll remember when this happened, I think it was the CIA or the FBI, somebody came out and said that the word conspiracy theory was no longer had the power and the punch that it did at one point, where you could say, oh, he's a conspiracy theorist, and people just shut off and didn't want to hear, and you're instantly a kook because you mentioned something that someone's labeled conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
So as soon as they came out and said that word no longer had the power that it did, that's when flat earth popped up. And it was instant. So now they can label you, oh, you're a flat earther. And somebody in this in our chat, I'll leave it as it says space is fake, which again, this is the same fucking thing. That just because we didn't land on the moon 6 times in 41 months and never fucking went back ever again, that doesn't mean space is fake. Doesn't mean there's no such thing as satellites. Doesn't mean the Earth's flat. It just means that humans have a little trouble getting out of near Earth orbit because of something called the Van Allen radiation belt, amongst other shit.
Yeah.
But there's even been NASA, NASA scientists on NASA's little channel talking about how they're working to get to Mars. They're working real hard because they've got to solve this problem about getting through the Van Allen radiation belt. And it's like, well, wait a minute. I thought we went 6 times in 41 fucking months. And then they said we didn't ever go back because it cost too much money. But we threw all that money 6 times in 41 months. Nobody else did it except for the wonderful America.
Yeah.
So 6 times in 41 months, never went back. And they did this with the computer system on the lunar module, less sophisticated than a TI-85 graphing calculator.
Yeah.
So Texas Instruments, your kids, the calculator in your kid's backpack is far superior than the computer system that was handling the trajectory and the entry speed.
Yeah. No, their cell phones are like fucking alien technology in comparison.
Right. And I tell you what, I have an iPhone, but it can't fucking get through the Van Allen radiation belt and leave near Earth orbit and handle acceleration in a vacuum and all that kind of shit. So all you fucking people who and which, by the way, this used to be cool. We used to be able to have like these discussions about things, and now it's turned into this thing where one side can only make ad hominem attacks, and it's always about, if they don't like something I say, let's attack him personally. Which is like, oh, he's a flat earther. I never said I'm a flat earther, right? Oh, he's afraid of his neighbors. I never said I'm afraid of my neighbors. As a matter of fact, I've been clear that I am neither of those things.
Yeah.
And I get it that nobody pays any fucking attention. And I think I give people more credit because I say that the average attention span or memory span of the average American is less than a selection cycle. I think I'm giving people way too much fucking credit.
Yeah, that's way too much.
I'm pretty loud in this chat. I fucking talk a lot in this chat, or I did before. Been a little quiet lately. And yes, I don't think Sandy Hook happened. You know why? Because I'm paying attention. Jesus fucking Christ. Just because the news told you, all you got to do is look at Robbie Parker's video. you don't have to look too much farther than that. But I would encourage people too, although it's pretty hard to do it. They've deleted almost everything.
Yeah.
So I tell you what, if the morning, if your kindergarten daughter was slaughtered that morning, you're not laughing and joking before you do your press conference. Give me a fucking break. Holy fucking shit. No, Sandy Hook didn't happen. It's a fucking goddamn lie. And Alex Jones, who wanted to, Alex Jones, man, Alex Jones was silent on Sandy Hook for months or years. I don't know, I stopped listening to him a long, long time ago. Mm-hmm. But I'm sort of aware of the things that are going on. And he only mentioned the shady hoax because his listeners were like, what the fuck, Alex? What the fuck, Alex? What the fuck, Alex? And finally he said something. And which as far as I'm concerned, is reading the script.
Yeah.
Because he's the Pied Piper of truth when it wasn't working with the conspiracy theorist and they had to roll out the flat Earth. Well, Alex Jones wasn't working either. People were waking up that Alex Jones was kind of saying 9/11 was an inside job and George Bush did it. Well, sure, they were somewhat involved, but that's overly simplifying the story. And no, Stephen James, I didn't block you. So, and yeah, Al, this is, and yeah, that's me on the phone. So, but I might not have, which Stephen's maybe looking for a comment, I might not have said the things that I said, and I'm mentioning that I repeat constantly. I might not have said it all tonight, Stephen. So, but I'm clearing up the record right now. I'm not a fucking flat earther. I don't think space is fake. I'm not a Fed also, by the way. That's been a popular one. I think 4 or 5 people now have claimed I'm a Fed. One guy even said that he saw it written on the wall of a bathroom and when he called in. But he's an American patriot and who doesn't like guns and thinks that they should be regulated and only certain people should have them. And so, I mean,
Wilco,
the patriot, right?
Wilco, imagine everything that I've been called since I started doing it.
You're right. I'm being a little sensitive tonight, and it's because I haven't had my fucking medicine. Sure, honestly, to all of the fucking left out there, we used to be able to have a little bit of a conversation. Now, there's one dude here been notorious in comments over the years, fighting back and forth with another dude with a similar name. I can't remember who they are, but one's all fully right wing and the other's all fully left wing. But we used to be able to chat about this stuff, and it's gotten. Of course, it got worse around 2015, 2016, but it's gotten worse since you came back on this show, to the point where I'm literally regularly thinking I'm going to stop doing this. I'm addicted to it and I love it, but I'm going to stop doing it because the callers, we don't get that many callers, and they all say the same shit over and over. And then in the chat, it's just massively triggered. Oh, my Messiah is going to fucking. I'm sorry, Mike. I don't want to get.
You should really just take a second and have a dab, Wilco.
Yeah, you're right. So, I really just wanted to call in to clear up the misunderstandings, since you don't think that I'm a Bible beater or something because I mentioned the Messiah.
No.
And I was able to, for the record, put it out there that you fuckers are being stupid, you're being assholes, and you should stop. So stop attacking people personally. You can say what you want without saying, Joe is a fucking piece of shit because he thinks this. Sorry, but I'm gonna let you go so I can have a dab, and then hopefully this will clear this up for some of our friends. By the way, some of the people that I consider sort of internet friends, and I enjoy spending time with you fuckers, even if I don't agree with you. So knock it off, please. Grow the fuck up. Most of you are older than me too. Well, half of you are older than me.
Hey,
so I think that's.
Wilco, if you're look, just please, like you always say to me, have your dab. Please stop and have a dab, and know that, I mean, we would miss you terribly if you were not here. So. Well,
I hope that if that's true, all the people need to fucking listen and shut the fuck up. Stop acting like children. Listen and think, because I love Mike, and I love most of you people in the chat. And that's about all I can take. So I hope that we can get this back on the same path that we were on when this was brought back several months ago. So I appreciate you saying that I'd be missed if I was gone. So.
Of course you would be missed. I every time I see you, I mean, when I first come in and I see you, it lets me know that my friends are here. So.
Right. And Cooper, shut the fuck up, bitch. All right, Mike. Thanks for taking my call, man. I'm gonna take a dab.
All right, that's a good plan.
Everything will be fine.
It will be. Everything's fine. It's like people say, hey, how's it going? I'm like, I'm fine. Everything's fine. There used to be a song. Remember? I don't know if you remember. It's like, everything's fine. I love that song.
I don't remember, but somebody told me that fine stood for fucked up, insecure, neurotic, and emotional.
Well, see, those people, that sounds like a projection to me, Wilco, right?
No, maybe. But I think what they were meaning is that people say fine as just a kind of a knee-jerk reaction and a response. Yeah, I'm fine, whatever. I don't know. I can't really say. But I thought it was funny, personally.
It's really good to hear from you. I hope that we don't lose you, buddy, because that would hurt me a lot. I don't care about I don't care how much it's going to hurt anybody else. It would mean a lot to me if you were not here. So
I appreciate that, brother, very much. And Doppel, you got to learn to take a dick, dude. I mean, a joke. Sorry, since I got to learn to take a joke, take a dick. I'm kidding, of course. I don't really care if you take a joke. Take a dick, by the way. Everybody can take a dick all they want, by the way.
Okay.
I really don't care. You can have sex with your hamster so long as it's consenting. I don't care.
There you go.
There you go. I need a dab. Thanks, Mike. Talk to you later, brother.
Okay, Wilco, it's good to hear from you.
Thanks, buddy.
And that's our buddy Wilco. And I would hate to see Wilco go, because he's the first person in the chat room. Not the first person in the chat room, but he's like, he's old school. He's been here forever, and again, this is what I keep talking about, you guys. I mean, I don't know. I mean, number one, there's trolls. We all know there's trolls on the internet. So, and people like to fuck with people. So, but don't buy into the hate. You know, don't give in to the anger, because those things add nothing to your life, and they never will. It will never be beneficial to have those things being part of your heart. So, let's see. I have some more clips. Did anyone tell me if they want to see coronavirus clips yet? Because I have not played any yet, but I have, counting Tulsi Gabbard, I have 4 of them. Again, one from Japan, one from the U.S., and one from Germany, and one with Tulsi Gabbard. Other than that, I have migrants, people traveling to the U.S. to try and become U.S. citizens, or become, migrants to the U.S., refugees in the U.S., whatever it is they become, are suffering from post-traumatic stress. And what else do we have? We have, what's that say? Oh, I have a plane battery fire. That's a pretty good video. We'll play that in just a moment. We'll play the plane battery fire. Very scary. I cannot imagine how terrifying that must be for people. So I'm going to go ahead and play that for you now. That's clip number 6. And I'm going to heat up the bong so I can have a dab with Wilco.
United flight from Newark to the Bahamas today. Batteries catching fire in a passenger's bag. The pilot diverting the airport in Daytona Beach. Emergency personnel meeting the plane when it landed. And here's ABC's David Curley, who covers aviation for us.
These burned external batteries forced a United crew to declare an emergency and divert as smoke filled their cabin.
I've got a emergency inbound from the east, the United Airbus.
The jetliner from Newark to Nassau landed safely in Daytona after the flight crew used a containment bag like this to put out the smoke and fire from the lithium-ion batteries, a safety device which has become a must-have on jetliners. We've seen more and more of these frightening fires as passengers carry more devices on board. This one in 2018. The FAA is also worried about these batteries in the cargo hold, as this test shows, because crews can't put those fires out. The FAA is investigating this morning's incident. The batteries were removed. The A320 jetliner was refueled and continued its journey to the Bahamas. These battery fires on jets spiked back in 2016, doubling in number. And there have been more than 40 of these incidents on average per year each of the past 4 years.
You want me to use a different background? I used to this dabs in space background. All right. So we're back, and I am all heated up here and ready to go. So we can all take a dab with Wilco. Roger, Wilco. Because Wilco needs to know that we're all taking a dab with him. I got a nice fatty for you here, Wilco. There you go. That's a good one. That's a beauty. Oh, man. What a beauty. All right. This is going to have to cool down for just a sec. What was that clip? What was that clip I just played? Oh, plane battery fire. That was pretty scary, huh? I cannot imagine how terrified those people must be, being 20,000 feet in the air and having this thing on fire that they can't put out. That must be like, we're all gonna die. All right, I'm ready. Follow me and do exactly as you see. This one's for you, Wilco. Dabs in space. Oh, that was a good one. Oh, I needed that one. I hope yours was a good one too, Wilco. Let's see. Can you see the Boo Bear? Boo Bear's. There's that Boo Bear. He's up on the bank up there. There's my Boo Bear. What a beautiful baby you are. You're my beautiful baby. You are. And we went for a lovely walk today. We walked this really big long loop. It takes about an hour and a half. And we found, and like at the end of this dead end today, at the end of the walk, if you walk like another block, there's a dead end. You walk to the end of the dead end, there's a park there. We found a park and we walked around the park and the sun was out. It was nice. Everybody had a good time. Let's see. Okay. So, I have more clips. Let's see. Which clip was that? That was the plane battery fire. We did that one. I have a couple more. Let's see. I have mostly coronavirus clips left here. I have the 6-year-old being arrested. You guys really need to see that clip. I have the migrant suffering from post-traumatic stress, and then the rest of it is coronavirus stuff. Coronavirus Japan, coronavirus US, coronavirus Germany, coronavirus Tulsi Gabbard. But the 6-year-old being arrested is important. You got to see that. So I will play that for you momentarily, unless someone wants to call. The Do Not Disturb sign is off the phone, and the telephone number is 805-669-6397. That's 805-663-6397. Again, Trump downplays coronavirus outbreak. This is what you're going to see. Trump downplays coronavirus outbreak. Like somehow people are supposed to be terrified of it, and that he didn't try and spread the fear a little more, put the fear of God into people, that's him downplaying it, you know, instead of him yelling fire in a theater, in a crowded theater. Again, I didn't think he sounded very informed on what he said, so I was not impressed the way you should be on last minute, presidential prime time address. You should be like, hey, this is important, and I have some things that you really need to understand, and I didn't get that from him. But whatever. I don't expect a whole lot. Anybody want to call? 805-669-6397 before I play another clip, because I am going to play the clip of the 6-year-old being arrested. I'm going to play it. Check my phones. Okay, I'm checking my phones. The Do Not Disturb is not on the phone. Why are you calling and it won't let you call? Please call again. There we go. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike. How are you?
I am good. How are you?
I'm great. This is Jackie Cat. Wilco, you're not going anywhere.
You tell him, Jackie Cat.
You're not going anywhere. You're needed around here.
Absolutely.
Don't have good people around.
Absolutely. And you can't pay attention to the trolls. It's like, he's talking about being called names or whatever. I mean, if I let that shit get to me, all the people that fucking have shit on me since I started YouTube, it's just, but the truth is there's been all these other people that have just been, called me really wonderful names. And I don't try and focus on that a whole lot either, but it lets you know, that, you are doing the right thing. So, and that's a big part of why I'm still here, is because it's been obvious that, this work is of value to people. So.
Absolutely. Well, it always has been for me. When I first found out you were the C-SPAN junkie, I was like, oh my God, he's a legend.
Well, you know what? If that web page was still up, if that YouTube page was still up, I would be a legend for sure. And I think,
and I also had a little story to share that kind of had to do with tangentially sort of, locals having a hard time, I guess, with something. I have a hard time too sometimes, and one thing that was really a great experience for me with volunteering for Andrew Yang's campaign was that I really kind of learned to have common ground, perspectives, and it was really a super learning experience. And hanging out on your live show and in the chat and stuff is like such a great addition to that kind of thing, because you have this free speech thing going on, and yeah, it's tough sometimes. People say stuff. Sure, I get it.
have you seen when this Great One kid calls?
I did. I just caught the video right before he pulled it down. Thanks, Wilco, by the way, and Craig for helping me find that. That was priceless. I didn't get to see. Did you actually play the whole thing on the show?
Oh, you mean his I haven't played his video. I can't play his videos.
I don't think it's a good idea. He's just a little kid.
Yeah. No, but I thought that I was asking about if you heard him on his telephone calls, because he really changed, from when he started calling the show to where he's at now. I mean, last night he was actually talking about hooking me up with his mom.
Get out of here, I missed it. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to go back and listen to it.
You can't, it's blocked. CBS blocked that show.
Oh,
yeah.
Jeepers.
I filed a counter copyright claim, and maybe it will work, but usually with the CBS it doesn't work, so it's not likely. If it does, I'll let you know. You can go back and watch it.
Well, I got a teeny peek at him, and I saw his T-shirt had I think it was something about MLK, and it was a list of things, and Wilco said, it was a list of great black leaders or something.
He said it was his.
And I know that he had said to you that he was upset about your saying bad things about President Obama.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about, I can't remember now where I saw it exactly, but it probably was something through the Yang Gang, where I saw a lovely guy talking about how he really has a hard time hearing President Obama be criticized, because as a black American, he felt like he wasn't so much worse than everybody else.
Well,
and he had a point. He had a point, because personally, I think that some of them have been really, really bad.
They're horrible. They've all been horrible.
Such a low bar, my God,
Yeah, that's the point. Is he came in and he's this constitutional scholar, and he's not like those guys on the money. I'm different from those people, and he was gonna fight to the death for a public option for health care and all this stuff. Single payer, and he was different than the way he portrayed himself, and I understand. But the truth is that Obama, he wasn't a whole lot worse than anybody else. But the fact is that nobody had any high hopes for say George W. Bush. George W. Bush came into office and nobody thought, this guy's gonna make America great again. Right? and Barack came along, and this is the truth, Jackie, is I made a monologue video on camera saying, that I wish that I could be the head of the committee to get Barack Obama's face on the what's that statue in Mount Rushmore. I wish I could be the person leading the charge, the battle to get. I wish I could, but we all know that he doesn't deserve that kind of honor. And the reason why this is so important is because he could have deserved that kind of honor if he had just a little bit been the person that he portrayed himself to be, instead of this guy who made Julian Assange into a criminal and made all this spying on everyone's cell phone and everything. I mean, he just wasn't the person, the constitutional scholar that we all really hoped he said he was. That's all.
Yeah, that's true. But I remember seeing him speak at the Democratic National Convention, probably on their page.
Probably.
And, way before he was president, and being really wowed. Wow. That was.
Yeah. He was an amazing speaker.
I remember thinking, wow, somebody like that probably could never be president.
Yeah.
And, look, turned out he could be, and he was. And it was.
And the whole fucking world.
It was.
The whole fucking world got
the good talk. He talked the good talk.
Nobody.
Peace and the.
I don't think anybody ever in the White House has had a bigger mandate than Barack Obama did. Okay, because it wasn't just Democrats that got behind him. Okay, there was a whole lot of Republicans, people who never ever voted for a Democrat before, voted for Barack Obama, and it's not just the United States. Again, the whole world rallied behind him and said, please, sir, make America the shiny beacon that we can all respect again. And instead of taking that mandate and making anything in the world happen, he just was like a third and fourth term of George W. Bush.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that's where my despise comes from, because he had the mandate to do anything he wanted. He had the support of the people overwhelmingly. And maybe the CIA got to him and said, yeah, that doesn't matter. Maybe. But you know what? When you have the support of the whole world and you're willing to fucking not have the spine to stand up for it, it's just sad that you got that support in the first place. So, and I don't want to harp on Barack Obama, and I don't try to harp on Barack Obama, but Barack Obama could have made anything happen, and under his leadership, an organization called Black Lives Matter had to be formed, because he didn't do anything.
And all that droning. That was terrible.
Yeah. So, and then they treated those people horrible, just like they treat. I mean, the Occupy people went into the streets, Jackie Cat, and we stayed there, like in the proud American tradition of protest, demanding the change we were promised. And he labeled those people potential terrorist threat with his Department of Homeland Security, and they sent the police in. As if they were dealing with a potential terrorist threat, and bloodied the faces, the heads of those people. And that's just, that's who Barack Obama, that was his presidency. And I couldn't be more disappointed in any human being.
Yeah, it was pretty profoundly disappointing. I think especially because, I think a lot of us really felt strongly that he might be really great.
Yeah. Well, that's what Wilco was talking about a lot too.
Well, that hope he changes stuff.
Yeah, it's just that a real leader could come along and make a difference. And I understand why you might be like jaded to want to not ever believe that somebody could make a difference again. I mean, I'm not falling for that shit again. I hear you. But at the same time, we have to look at what it is that we can get and or you can give up the hope. See, I talk a lot about how I fucking hate hope. Because it makes you do this thing where you want desperately to believe that there could be someone who could maybe make a little difference,
Yeah.
And you can't get rid of that. It's like the last disease locked in Pandora's box is hope. So there's basically no cure for it. Man will never be able to cure it. At least that's the way that I understand hope to be. and then it's this little fucking carrot that's held out in front of you, and you're like, I can get that fucking carrot. I know I can.
Well, yeah. Well, there's always equanimity. That's the thing where whatever it is that happens, you just kind of go, oh, yeah, well, that happened.
Yeah, well, shit happens, and this is what I'm saying. Shit happens, and we get through it.
If there's an antidote to hope, maybe it's somewhere in there.
There isn't an antidote to hope. It's like I said, it's the last disease locked in Pandora's box. You can look it up. I'm pretty sure you'll find it. But it's okay, because if you don't have it, then what's left? You have there's nothing but despair, and Wilco needing a hit desperately every minute of every day instead of just the last few minutes.
Well, maybe he's not eating enough marijuana.
I don't know. He said that he made some. It sounds like to me he's not eating enough marijuana, Jackie Cat. I think you might be onto something there. Wilco, are you eating enough? Are you taking your marijuana every day, Wilco? Jackie Cat wants to know.
Yeah, I think of you saying that.
He just said,
and grab a brownie out of the fridge
He just said, I didn't have my cookies the last 2 days.
Oh my God.
So you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, I might have. Oh, and speaking of the upcoming Clippy, I did see the little girl getting arrested.
Yeah.
And I saw it on Yahoo News.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's a thing. And there was a comment section, and, I don't know what possessed me to look at that, but I did. Wow. I thought YouTube was brutal. Wow. That was really interesting. It was very overwhelming comments about how, you gotta arrest them young, and oh God, it was just terrible.
Wow.
Yeah, really bad. And I thought, so these people have like a scared straight kind of a thing, like an affection for this scared. Yeah, lock them up and teach them when they're young, And so I just got interested. I looked up scared straight and like, what are the effects of that? Does that actually work? And it turns out it does not work.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it's better to just do nothing, because the kids are going to get worse.
It's better to tell them the truth, starting with marijuana. This is the only drug that won't kill you. Okay, that you start there, and then maybe at least we have an honest, level playing ground instead of some bullshit, and everything else out of my mouth is now bullshit because what I just told you is fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
I know but I'm just saying we have to be honest about everything, because this is the world that we live in now, and we don't have time for this game playing bullshit.
Yeah, I don't fully understand what it is that seems so satisfying to people about, seeing a little girl get arrested. And, I guess, I don't know. I don't know if I could ever really understand that, but it has something to do with this scared straight thing, like, oh yeah, we're going to fix this problem, but it doesn't fix the problem at all.
No.
And, it is intellectually dishonest to allow yourself to believe something like that when it's not true.
It's like the drug war keeps people from using drugs.
It's just not true that, this is the best way we can, this is the best we can do. This is not the best we can do.
And that's what I think when I see this little girl being arrested, is that, what I kept thinking is, how I always say that we all want cops that are heroes, that we can look at and we can think, yes, I'm so glad the police are here.
Oh boy. That's a hard ass.
And that's partially it's because of the drug war that nobody has that feeling. If it wasn't for the drug war, it'd be a lot easier to feel that way. But it's that the terror in this little girl's voice, begging the cops for a second chance, it's like all I can think of is if the cops were heroes in the community, like they like to believe themselves to be, and the media can't wait to portray themselves to be, little kids wouldn't be incredibly terrified of them. And this girl acted like she was being taken away to the dungeon and never going to be seen again. And I don't know how anybody could think that was a good thing.
So it's my understanding, poor as it may be, that they took her to a juvenile detention center?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what happened with her. But I know that the reason that the parents released this video, they said, is because she's having nightmares, and they want people to know that this isn't okay. So, and again, that's what I keep saying is we deserve better. The last thing we don't want to. I don't know what's being done to the kids these days, but I know that even in my day, when I'm telling you, from 7th grade on, we were going off campus over to the Taco Bell to get lunch, and at PE class we'd run down to the beach. I was a mile from the ocean. We'd run down to the beach and run on a 5-mile long beach. Like they show in the movies in California, right? The California movies. That was where I went to high school, and it was even then. It was I've always felt like you have to fucking fall in line or you're gonna be in trouble, and I just don't. I think you have to. I guess you can't teach to the individual, but man, it sure would have made a huge difference in my life if they could have.
Well, I don't know. A lot of commenters were talking about corporal punishment and that, you used to be able to just beat these kids. You can just beat these kids. You don't need to call no police.
Yeah. They used to be.
That was another popular, and I never experienced anything like that.
Yeah.
In school?
I never did either. I
can't really imagine what that would be like.
Yeah.
But I do know people who have gone to like Catholic school and they used to smack them around.
Yeah.
And and I asked one of them, do you think that it made you behave more, or do you think that it affected your behavior? And he said, yeah, because I was scared of them.
Yeah.
Is that good though? I mean,
well, that's all. I think that's all been part of my problem probably with school, was they tried to scare me a lot from my first day at kindergarten, and I just,
and look how good you turned out.
Yeah. And I've just always been like, I remember I went to a new school when I was 16, right, my mom moved to fucking Fresno, and they tried to get me enrolled in a new school there. And the first day, I had to go and talk to the principal before I could be enrolled in school. And the first thing he said was, go and get your hair cut and come back and talk to me then. And I said, nice knowing you. And I did not go to that school. You know, because it's this thing where it's like, you know, we're in charge, you do as we say, and none of those people ever, from the time I was fucking 5 and they tried in the first day of kindergarten, ever convinced me for 1 second that they were smarter than me and that I should listen to them. Nor did I ever get the impression that they tried to convince me that they knew what they were talking about and that I should listen to them. It was just, you do what we say. You know, I'm like, fuck you.
I never really responded too well to that either.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying humans don't like being told what to do. It's part of being top of the food chain, you know. I mean, we you can choose being top of. I bring this up a lot about top of the food chain, but I don't think people realize what that's supposed to mean. Being top of the food chain means you can go forward on this planet and make happen anything you can dream of. That's what that's supposed to mean. And for some reason, this fucked up Western civilization pounds that out of you and says, you are this clog, you be this, you be this, you be this, over and over and over again. And it didn't work with me. I didn't take too well, so... But that's what I see happening, and I just don't think that's doing the best by your children. I don't think that's doing the best by this planet. I mean, look where it's gotten us, you know? The individuality is one of the most beautiful things about this species. And for some reason, it's all kind of fit in from the time you're fucking 5 or earlier.
You know, Michelle was asking in the chat about why did they put her in handcuffs? They put these zip ties on her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the reason, allegedly, the child was kicking and punching people at the school.
But they don't have any video of that.
You know, allegedly.
Allegedly, they don't have any video of that. That's correct.
Allegedly, yeah. The whole thing is kind of allegedly, I guess.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of the police state.
You know, and that's why this, you know, I mean, people, I get, you know, this thing where you don't buy into Bernie Sanders and everything. I get it. I understand. He's a fucking professional politician. I understand what we're dealing with here. The thing is this whole, you know, take the power away from the police and give it back to the people. There's nothing more important on my checklist. And you know, any little bit of power that you can give to the people, it's like, and this thing is huge. I mean, cannabis is as big is probably the single most important plant on the planet. You know, I mean, it's been around since day one. It grows in every single environment on the planet, and this is for a reason. And every fucking being on the planet has an endocannabinoid system. We've talked about that too. I mean, so making, you know, just taking that little bit of power away from the police and giving it to the people, you know, is I can't imagine anything more beautiful. But then there's this freedom of this plant that's so important to our species and the planet. And I think it's the best chance at healing the planet, you know, or at least an integral part of healing, you know, what we've broken up to this point.
Well, you know, if Sanders was to become the president and he was able to help with the... I don't even know what to call it, what's going on now with this plant. You know, it's got to be straightened out.
Yeah.
And I don't see Trump doing it, that's for sure.
Yeah. And that's
not happening. That's not happening.
Yeah, that's one of my big points is that, I mean, I've shown this article again. I don't have a browser window right now, but I've shown it again and again where the top Trump spokesman says to Forbes magazine, marijuana must be kept illegal. And if that's where, what Trump's top spokesman is saying, then, and again, he put Jeff Sessions in as the AG for his first choice. Everybody knew where Jeff Sessions was coming from on marijuana. And right away after he got put in, he's all, people who smoke marijuana are not good people, or good people don't smoke marijuana. So I just it shows where Trump is at, and he hates your freedom as much as all these other people. So that's all I care about is freedom, man. I want people that it's important for this species, for everyone to be as free as possible in order for us to evolve, to become what we can be, and the biggest expression of what we can be. The only way we can make that happen is with as much freedom as possible.
I still want to be able to just grow my own plants.
I want you to too, Jackie Cat. I do.
I loved your garden videos.
Right on. Well, I'll put some.
And the ladybugs. Didn't you do a ladybug video?
Yeah. Yeah, I did do a ladybug video. The ladybugs were crazy. Great. Yeah.
That was great.
They didn't work out the way I wanted. I don't think I would use ladybugs again. I don't seem.
It looked like an awful lot of fun, though.
It was. Yeah. It was interesting. Marijuana's always fun.
Yeah, it is, isn't it, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. All right, sweetheart. Well, and Michelle, you asked something else about that girl in the Clippy.
Oh, yeah.
I lost her question.
Oh, you were talking about why she was...
Why didn't they call the parents? Yeah, so I read in this article on the Yahoo, YouTube, whatever it was, that they did call her parents and they didn't respond.
Huh. That's too bad.
And so this is what they did. I think why don't they just keep the kid in the office and you just wait? And if you have to sit there in the office all damn day, then that's what you do? That's what would have happened like in the school that I went to. But
it just doesn't make any sense that they, that somehow the police are involved with, someone that age. I mean, I can't do anything but, scar them for the rest of their life.
It's pretty crazy.
I'll play that clip for you now.
It's not an excuse. I'm not saying that it makes any sense. It certainly doesn't, but that's what was written.
Yeah, it was really...
Allegedly, that's what happened.
Right. I mean, and they don't have any video of anything until the cops walk her out to the car. So
right, because no place has video cameras in it
exactly,
these days, right?
Exactly. This is one of those things where, one of the things that fucking makes me crazy about modern day movies is people sneak around people's homes like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this and no one will know. And there's fucking cameras everywhere, I mean, it's like no, I've never heard of fucking security cameras before. Duh. Anyways, yeah.
Yes, indeed. All right. Well, you have a good night, hon.
Hey, I'm really glad you called. I'm really glad you called, and I'm really glad.
It's great talking to you.
You had a message for Wolco.
We're going nowhere.
Yeah.
Nowhere. Okay.
And I look forward to talking to you again soon. Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Good night, hon.
Bye. That's our buddy Jackie Cat. Okay, and I'm going to play that video of the 6-year-old girl getting arrested. And again, the reason that I wanted to play this video It's kind of sad. It's a pretty damn sad video. But that's not the reason I wanted to play it. I wanted to play the video because it shows how terrified this girl is of the police. And I just think that if police were the heroes that they claim to be, you know, a little kid wouldn't be so terrified of the police. But the police are not what they claim to be. You know, not the way the media portrays them. And it's sad that a 6-year-old is so incredibly terrified of them. So I'll play that video for you now. Which video was that? That's video number 8.
What's this? No, I swear to I'll kill everybody.
A quote, "I'll kill everybody." Chilling words picked up on a 911 call made to Las Vegas police. Authorities say someone dials 911, but nobody speaks into the phone. However, the operator hears audio of an argument, a man threatening to kill others. Now, police say an older male got out of the home, but his wife still inside with her adult son. What happens next? Pretty intense, but we want to let you know you will not see anyone get shot. We're freezing that video, and again, viewer discretion advised here.
Ma'am, come outside. No. Come on. Give us a red. Sir, get back with him. Come out with your hands up. I've got no cover. Sir, come out with your hands up. What the you want? Let me see your hands. Let me see your hands. Shots fired. Shots fired.
The Las Vegas police also releasing still images of the suspect. He can be seen holding 2 guns. Authorities say the man did not fire a weapon. He's now facing multiple charges of assault with a deadly weapon and domestic violence. The suspect was injured. Police say he was taken to the hospital where he is in serious but stable condition. All right, I have to warn you, some of this next story, you might find disturbing. It's a 6-year-old little girl arrested, cuffed, put in the back of a cop car. She's at school. Here it is.
I don't want to go to the police car.
You don't want to?
No, please.
You have to.
No, please. Give me a second chance.
You gotta go to the police.
No. Please. 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 Please let me go. No. No, help me.
Okay.
Please. No.
Appreciate it. Call me if you need something.
Yep. So I'm sure you're wondering, how did that all happen? CNN correspondent Rosa Flores explains.
We should point out that the actual reported tantrum was not recorded on video, but we did obtain some statements that were made by staffers at the school that paint a picture. They say that this little girl was screaming and kicking over keeping a pair of sunglasses, and that these staff members were trying to calm her down. At some point, they called the resource officer to come in. The resource officer at that point tried to calm her down, but ultimately detained her. Now, we should point out that those exchanges with the officer were not recorded on camera. Now, I talked to the family, to this little girl's grandmother, to their attorney, and they say that they grappled with this, Lynn, about releasing this video because they did not want this little girl to relive the nightmare. But after much debate, they say they debated for about a month, they decided to release it for a few reasons. They wanted the public to witness the severity of the situation and how the situation escalated, how this little girl was asking for a second chance, like you mentioned, and also because they want to rally support for a bill that's going through the Florida legislature that would up the arrest age for certain crimes to 12. Now, the little girl's grandmother also wanted to point out that this little girl at the time, because remember, this happened back in September. The only thing new now is that this video has been released. She wanted to point out that at the time, this little girl was going through sleep apnea, and so she was having these episodes, and she says that she had told the school about these episodes. Now, fast forward to today, I should say that after talking to the grandmother, she says that Kaya Roll is doing a lot better. She had surgery for the sleep apnea and that she's sleeping a lot better. But the grandmother says that she's still having nightmares, that this little girl is still having nightmares.
And our thanks to Rose Flores for that update. Now, the school issued a statement saying never did anyone within our organization request or direct the school resource officer to arrest this student. The Orlando Police Department apologized to the family and terminated one of the 2 police officers. State attorney refused to pursue charges against the child. CNN has attempted to reach out to the former officer for comment, but has not been able to reach him.
Missed it, I can post a link in the chat.
Last night's show?
Correct. I streamed it to DLive and to Periscope, and it's both there because it's not a YouTube stream.
Oh, okay.
It's fucking locked in.
Okay, so last night's show, which was blocked by YouTube, is live on the DLive website and also on Twitter. So if you on Periscope. So if you want to put those links in the chat room, Craig, that'd be great. So if anybody wants to see, if you want to see last night's show, Jackie is there. Craig will put a link up for you in a sec. Which is always nice to have backups. So I thought that video was important because to hear the terror in that little girl's voice about you know, just having to deal with the police. You know, I mean, if police were the heroes they'd like to portray themselves as, you know, the way the media portrays themselves, the cops, if they were those heroes, a little girl wouldn't be terrified of them. She'd be glad that they showed up. Just like I was saying, oh, yay, the police are here. Nobody gets that feeling anymore, you know? And it's too bad because that's what we really all want and deserve from our police, right? And I believe that the drug war is a big part of why people don't have that feeling anymore. Hello, caller.
God dang it, Mike, you knew that damn video was going to trigger my happy ass.
Well, I didn't mean to trigger your happy ass,
well,
Michelle.
It happened. I'm like, oh, God dang, man. Oh, my gosh. Trying to keep cool here. But, yeah, that was hard to watch.
Yeah, I found it kind of hard to watch, too. I mean, it just, again, you know, if these cops were the heroes that they say and portray themselves as, you know, a little girl or a little boy wouldn't be terrified out of their skin by them. You know what I mean? It's so sad that cops have that kind of reaction to, I mean, kids have that kind of reaction to people that are supposed to be our heroes.
And you see, it goes to show you that no matter what everybody says that cops are not targeting a certain race, it's proof right here in this video in itself. That little girl just come up with this freaking out and just give me a second chance just because it just came to her. Obviously, her family has talked about how they know somebody who knows somebody that's been, you know, either killed wrongfully, straight up murdered, fucking thrown in jail, and, you know, it's like it's in the family, so of course the kid's going to pick up on that, because everything she was saying would have been like an adult saying, you know, just, you know, don't do this, don't handcuff me, don't, you know, don't take me, you know, it's just like, oh my God, what are they fucking doing? What has this world come to that this is okay?
Yeah. No, I thought the exact same thing, like you were saying, like an adult. I that's exactly what I feel like when a cop puts me in the back of their cop car. It's like, please, officer, I'm just fucking standing here not doing anything. Please, just let me go home. You know, and like, nope.
And a child of 6 years old is not going to come up with that unless their family is discussing it because it happens it happens so frequently that the family can't help but to talk about it, and then the kids pick up on that. It's like it's even trickling down to them.
Yeah.
They're all arresting kids in middle school and high school, but you know what? Now they're doing it to 6 years old. I just can't wrap my fucking brain around this to save my life. Where in the hell would you fucking... It's a 6-year-old, man. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
Okay, they try to call her parents, and they said, you know, ring. Okay, hang up. Hey, nobody answered. Let's take her in.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? There had to have been another option. This is fucking insanity to me. The land of the free and everything, and just everybody's fucking equal and no harm is done. But yet, you'll still find some fucking assholes that are going to be like, well, you know, that's what she gets.
Well,
what if it was your kid? And in this day and age, people have forgotten about that. Put yourself in their place. What if it was your fucking kid or one of your family members' child, your niece or, you know, whatever.
Or your next door neighbor's kid, you know? I mean, it's just, it's not right. And this is why, again, I keep, you know, this thing about taking power away from the police state and giving it to the people, and, you know, talking about the drug war being a war on your children. It's not a war to keep your kids off drugs. It's a war on your kids. Okay?
It's a war on the color of your fucking skin.
Wow.
Let's get it straight. You know, it's your kid, but remember what color it is. Because everybody else that does a fucking white-collar crime, now Trump has been pardon you. And when they come out, they don't learn a motherfucking thing like that. Idiot. Blackovich or whatever the fuck he is. Oh my God, he's such a fucking moron.
Yeah.
The one that has a really small forehead. He's a fucking idiot. Oh my God. And then Roger Stone, maybe he will get pardoned. Who knows?
Probably.
Criminals are getting pardoned left and right, and people are still just the best president we ever had. It's like, oh my gosh, you must be rich too. But wait a minute. If you were rich, you sure as fuck wouldn't be on a chat like this. You got other bigger things to do.
Well,
I don't understand why so many people follow him. That he's the best. Unless their bigotry and their racism is like, I will fucking fight to the death to keep those values. And that's how I feel, because there's some ignorant motherfuckers on this chat lately that I'm just like, God dang. I mean, oh my gosh. You can't tell them anything. So when Rosa called in, I was like, woo-hoo! I was waiting for that shit, because I'm like, these guys just don't get it. And you can't really talk to them, because if they're going to be the way they believe, it's just like another troll. They're just trying to fucking be a little bit, you know.
Right. That's what I see, is people just trying to get a response, you know.
Mm-hmm. And they waste their time trying to justify what the real people know what the fuck is going on. The real woke people know what the fuck is going on. But then you get these people that jump in there and chime in, well, Trump is the best president that I ever fucking had, that we've ever fucking had. The economy's good, everything. Yeehaw, America. Yeah. But you know what? They do that to interrupt a real conversation because they don't know how to have a conversation. All it is little tidbits of what's the latest fucking thing that Trump's saying, you know?
Well,
it's like, what did he coin today? What did he coin on Twitter, or whatever the fuck that shit is?
Well, here's the deal, Michelle. Okay, you know, the election is 7 months away, and we'll see how people feel about Trump in like the next 3 or 4 months. Trust me.
Yeah, and that's why I think that this coronavirus is going on too. It's nothing but another distraction. I mean,
it's a real good reason to cancel the election. I'll tell you that.
But you know what the thing is that people are getting sick and everything else. They said it's like the symptoms of the flu. How do you know that it's just not the flu?
Well,
you're just that fucking sick to where, I mean, it travels the same fucking way. You have the same fucking symptoms. I mean, this is my opinion. Maybe I'm freaking, you know, in a glass, you know, in a bubble room or whatever. I don't give a shit. But my opinion is I just feel that, yeah, people are getting sick. But if you trap how many people on a cruise ship in one fucking place for a long time, for 2.5 weeks and don't let them, come ashore.
Yeah.
You don't think that they're gonna fucking all get it eventually?
Yeah.
It's like people who don't feel the symptoms, let them the fuck off the ship. No, they just quarantine all the motherfuckers. So if you're not sick, bitch, you ain't getting off this damn ship until you are. Well,
Yeah, I heard there's a cruise ship in the Bahamas right now, and like the Bahamas are refusing to allow them to dock, and Jamaica has refused to allow them to dock. I think they're on their way to Cuba or something.
shit, oh my gosh. That's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell. It's just like one thing after another right now, and it's just, just like while all this is going on, do you know that Trump has allowed this vortex? That's what they're called, vortex, and it's all in caps. And they're an acronym for I don't know what it is. But do you remember in 2000 when they took Elian Gonzalez away from his uncle to take him to Cuba?
Yeah.
That force that went in there with the fucking rifle and everything and took the kid away from her uncle?
Yeah.
That's the same specialized military tactics that Trump is allowing to join, or has fucking hired them to join ICE to go to all these sanctuary cities to start fucking cleaning house, man. For all the immigrants, whether you got papers or not, bitch, good luck. And all the fucking immigrants and anybody that has papers that are citizens, they're all on high alert. And you're talking, California, fucking Texas, New York, Atlanta, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. But, yeah, this Vortex team, they look more like SWAT. They're the elite fucking trained. They said these people are hired for, like secret missions. Even international, these guys are sent out.
Yeah.
And that Trump has allowed them to join ICE, and I was like, ICE was already fucking assholes. Now here we go. It's just like they're going after every fucking race, and people need to wake up. Because that one story, hey, they went after black people. I didn't say a word, it's not me. I went after brown people. I didn't say a word. It wasn't me. I went after yellow people. I didn't say a word. Then they came after me. Okay, everybody's gone. Now, bitch, see? Follow in line. These motherfuckers don't understand what the hell's going on. This thing is all about preaching the third right, just fucking the Nazis. And I'm like, oh God, that's what Trump is fucking doing. He's like getting and fucking kicking on every motherfucker, The only reason he was saying India, the Indians are okay with me is because he went over there to visit. But once he leaves there, do you think he gives a fuck? The only thing he gave a fuck is that he allowed them to buy these helicopters that we produce here in the United States, and we're giving them the best military. We're selling them, this and that, and we're making a lot of money off of it, And it's like, what the hell? I don't know.
I hear you. I hate seeing this fucking war machines, death machines, weapons of mass destruction being spread around the world because we're making money off of it. Yeah. Fuck that.
Exactly. And all fucking anybody that's a Trump supporter is like, he's a businessman though. He's making the United States money. Like, are you fucking crazy? He has us in such a fucking deficit that this country has ever seen. He's going to make the United States of America bankrupt just like his fucking past,
Yeah, just like his casino.
And every other goddamn business he owns, all the fucking slum-ass landlord would never fucking rent to black people or anybody else, It's just like shit. He's got the receipts on that shit, but now Trump supporters like, I don't give a shit. He don't like black people. He ain't wrong. Like, you fucking moron.
Well, it's really horrible that people somehow think that that's the guy they want representing America around the world. That's the guy they want, to be the face of the White House. That's the guy they want their kids to look up to and say, one day you can be just like him. Because that's what kids do to the presidency. That's what you tell your kids. You could be president if you want. Look at him. He's a fucking carnival barker, and he got to be president.
It's true, Mike, man. You just gotta have a little bit of fucking bullshit shine, man. Be a good fucking con artist. You know, just like that fucking Osteen, that goddamn preacher, mother Joel Osteen.
Yeah.
That's so popular.
Yeah.
That motherfucker's nothing but a con artist too. He ain't got no goddamn receipt. But yeah, they're like, hey, as long as you know what, all you gotta do is breathe, and one day you can be a president too. It's so much clearer now than it ever has been.
Yeah.
Because there's proof right now. Sitting in the goddamn White House, I am so embarrassed. Like, god dang, the whole world is laughing at us. Like, what the fuck did you guys do? And it wasn't all us, because we know that it was the government that always puts that shit over there. Only now, thanks to Trump, he's made it so obvious that I'm going to take care of my own people and fuck the rest. Now everybody's seeing it because he's so obvious to it, which everybody gets mad about. This is like, god damn, Trump, go ahead and be shady, but quit announcing it to people and quit telling them exactly what you're doing. Just like every other president. Fuck them over, pull the rug underneath them, but don't let them know. And Trump, man, shit, they turn around and bit him in the ass because he's actually showing exactly the true colors that it has been, and it always has been. That's why a lot of motherfuckers are feeling the burn, bitch. Texas is going to turn blue, motherfucker. What? Shit. Oh, my God. Enough's enough. They've already fucking used us as little, game pieces, and let's see how much money we can get on the backs of everybody else that put us here. Motherfucker. It's time. It's time for a new revolution, and just the hell with these guys. And you're a Trump supporter? Shit. Don't even fucking talk to me, motherfuckers. Because you can't reason with them. And that's the problem that Russell was having. But I'm just like, you just got to let it go.
Yeah, no, I agree. You can't reason with them. We don't have to block them out or anything. They can hang out. They can say whatever they're fucking... Because they just sound like parrots, you know what I mean? They just sound like they're fucking repeating exactly what Sean Hannity said last night. So
they sound like robots.
Yeah.
Everything that they say, it's not even a fucking sentence about, like when they started with the fake news. Everything else, don't believe it. It's fake news.
Yeah.
Ooh, I'm too smart.
Yeah.
Like, dumb motherfucker. It's like, tell me why it's fake news. It's just fake news. Oh, good comeback. You can't fucking reason with them. So it's like they're taking time away from me by trying to talk to them when it's like, you don't get it. Let me talk to other people who actually know what the fuck is going on and have an honest conversation. These other guys are just fucking, they just want everybody to be in shambles and to just keep arguing with them when all they're going to have is their little bulletin points. Okay, you got a bulletin point, but elaborate. Nope. They come up with another coin phrase of what their true leader has become, said or whatever. But man, if they would actually look to see what the fuck is going around you instead of being so, I don't give a shit about anybody else, just me, myself, and I, shit. Man, I don't know. Those people are just, like I said, a lot of people are wasting a lot of time on this chat with those motherfuckers, and they know who they are, and I'm not going to call them out. But I just read like, okay, same old shit. It's like, say something of substance. They say Trump is so good. Oh my God, he's done so many good things. There's nothing I could say that's wrong about Trump. It's like, where are you calling from? Where are you or where are you chatting from? Because in reality, you can look around and it's obvious to see that he's taken from the poor and giving it to the rich. Who can't see that? Who can't see where the tax breaks came from? Who can't see that it is awful to be in the United States, that everybody should be equal, and all you're doing is hoarding the fucking money and fuck the rest of the people? You don't belong here. Because that's not what this country was made of, was built for.
Yeah.
And you got people to do. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
No, I hear you, Michelle. I think that it doesn't matter what the country was made for. It doesn't matter, what capitalism is about. What matters is where we're at right now in the world. And right now where we're at in the world, obviously things aren't working for the people, and we have to all recognize that. and work towards something better, something that we could be proud of, to leave the generations that are coming behind us. I don't think anybody could be proud of what we're leaving behind right now.
Well, apparently there are a lot of folks on your fucking chat lately that think that this is the best time of the fucking lifetime. Like, oh my god.
But you know, they're just, again, they're being programmed and they're buying into the programming. So, you know.
You know, and that's why I'm just like, you know, the freaking, you know, the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do to you. It's like, that shit's like fucking thrown out the fucking window. People don't have compassion anymore. They don't give a shit. If it doesn't affect them, themselves, right here and right now, they could care less about the rest of the world. You know? And that's a damn shame that it's gotten to this point. That's why Trump is the president of the United States right now. Because people just voted to where, yeah, why not? He said all the right things, you know.
That's not why he's the president. The reason he's president is because the Democrats refuse to listen to the people.
That too, we all know that. But
and they try and act like it was Hillary Clinton's turn, and the people went, "Fuck you." Otherwise, Bernie Sanders will be president right now. That's why Donald Trump is president. That's what we all know.
Is that the saddest thing though? Is that they had that many Trump supporters anyway. Whichever, if it was Bernie or fucking Hillary, it's like he had that many supporters.
No, Bernie would have slaughtered him.
I know that Bernie got robbed. I know that whole fucking deal. But the thing is that people are so gullible as to just believe what they see. And yeah, we were robbed. Hell yeah. You know, obviously. But the fact is that a talk show game host can actually be the president of the United States, is why we had so many fucking Democrats that said, shit, if he can fucking be the president, why not me? Shit, you might as well get a goddamn, you know, post office fucking deliverer to go and, you know, try to run. Like, he set the bar so fucking low. We are such a fucking joke. There's like, people need to fucking wake up and be like, okay, let us be fucking with all these races and shit. When they come after you, I don't even want to fucking see you acting like, oh, can I get a cup of water, motherfuckers.
Well, I think that that's part of what George Bush's presidency was about, and then of course Barack Obama's presidency was you know, George Bush term 3 and term 4, and now Donald Trump's presidency is about separating the American people from the rest of the world and vilifying the American people to the rest of the world as these horrible people who start wars all over the place and who spy on everybody all over the fucking world, like they're the fucking police of the world. You know, they're doing their best to make the American people into the rest of the world look at us like we're these evil doers, when it's the fucking government, you know. And it's just, and I think the reason for that, it's being done purposely as a plan, and it's like you're saying, Michelle, so that when they finally do open the FEMA camps here in America, and they do start sending Americans off to re-education camps because they say the wrong thing about Israel or whatever, Americans will go, you know, please help us, world, and the world will go, no, fuck you, you deserve what you got.
Hell, we wouldn't even be there to fucking be able to even say that.
Yeah.
They break down class by class, you know.
But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. I totally understand where you're fucking coming from.
Yeah.
Because you're right about that. Look what happened to Katrina.
Yeah.
And the fucking ground of this beautiful nation of ours. Look what happened to Katrina. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Let that kind of shit happen down in Beverly Hills and see what happens. See how quick they get help.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. And the whole thing about that is that doesn't happen in Beverly Hills when it rains too much. That only happens in poor people, fucking, you know what I mean? And this is one of the things I keep talking about is, why are we talking about going to Mars when we can't have fucking sewers that don't fucking kill people when it rains too much? Figure that fucking shit out first, and then let's talk about fucking getting off the planet, okay? Because first it'd be nice to be able to fucking, you know, live here. happily. And let's feed the people, you know, let's make sure that there's not homeless and hungry and starving, you know what I mean? Let's take care of some real basic things with these brainiacs who can figure out how to get us to Mars. Hey dude, could you figure out how to make it so people don't drown when it rains too much? It'd be real nice if you could take just a break from figuring out Mars and have this kind of priority to save humans' lives. Maybe that would be really nice of you. Fuck.
But no, we gotta go see what the fuck is going on in Mars.
We gotta spend billions of dollars pretending like we might be able to someday fly to Mars, which is not something that's gonna happen for a long time.
But who cares about that bullshit? Like you said, take care of business here.
Yeah.
On Earth, you fucking assholes.
Yeah.
Spend money on people who don't have two nickels to rub together. Spend your money on people who are fucking talking about just, you know, the homeless population. They ain't nothing. No, motherfucker, that's because the police in all these states have fucking pushed the homeless away so tourists can't see all the homeless people that are actually fucking there. You guys are moved somewhere else. You can't be here. Go to another motherfucking area. You know? It's like, but they are there. And when you have a lot of the homeless that are vets, you know, it's like, this is how you treat them? And yet people are still sending their kids and saying, go to the military. And a lot of it is because people are poor. They have no other choice. They can't go to college, so they have to fucking enlist. You know, because there's no opportunity anymore.
Yeah.
No, I feel bad for this generation. There's nothing for them left.
Yeah.
They either outsource everything, or if you get a job, you're gonna still have to stay with your parents.
Well, and this is why we have to all come together and get past all the bullshit and reprioritize everything, because right now our priorities are just fucked. Going to Mars. Give me a fucking break.
Yeah, this world is something else. And you know that debate that they just had?
Yeah.
They're talking about the tickets. You know, because I was baffled myself, because I did go back and watch it. Baffled myself how there were so many fucking cheers for Bloomberg. Like, wow! I mean, they were going crazy. Every time he fucking said something, eat shit and die. Woo! The fucking audience is going nuts. Here, they fucking say that the lowest ticket that you can get to buy a ticket to see the debate was like, man, and I may be wrong about this, but it was like $1,075 or something like that for like the lowest ticket to get into that.
I don't
and
think.
And the highest was like $1,350. So who do you think fucking bought them tickets? They said it was stacked. They said the audience was stacked.
I don't think it's legal to sell debate tickets.
And fucking, I seen a thing on there. I mean, well, maybe it's not, but I'm just saying what I had seen, and I really didn't look at the sources.
Yeah.
I was like, hurry up and scroll down, and I'm just like, what the fuck? But yeah, they were saying that that's how it was to get into this convention, because they sold it like if it was a fucking concert, and they said that's why so many people were cheering for Bloomberg every time he said something, and kept booing Bernie Sanders and Warren. They kept doing that. So a lot of them are talking about like this fucking. It was so hard to watch.
Yeah.
The defeat, because they could see how it was rigged that way.
Yeah.
So maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But when I was watching, I was like, God damn! I was like, man, a lot of people like Bloomberg over here, man. Shit, they were.
Yeah.
The crowd was going crazy. And
Did you see the clip of Tulsi Gabbard that I posted earlier?
What about?
She was talking about coronavirus and the debate. She was saying that she could only watch the debate for a few minutes because it was fucking idiotic.
Because she seen it was a fucking farce too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm just like, I had seen something else. I don't know if I did. No, I think I did. I think I did watch it. But yeah, at least she fucking throws it out there, and that's how I felt too. It was hard to watch because I was like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
It almost did seem, like Buttigieg kept fucking talking over Bernie. The moderators, hello, say something. Nope. They just let Buttigieg be a fucking dick like he was. And I was like, what the? They were so out of control. There was no order at all. I don't even know why the hell they did that. It was so stupid.
Yeah, I don't. They obviously have their favorites. You clearly picked on Bernie the whole time. Everybody acts like Bloomberg should be able to get away with whatever. It's just insane, dude.
By buying elections, he's already fucking trying to pay people for votes and shit like that too.
Well, I mean, Elizabeth Warren made a really good point with Bloomberg. Is that he in Lindsey Graham's last Senate run, Mike Bloomberg funded his campaign with like $4 million or something.
Yeah.
So he's not a Democrat. He's not about democratic ideals. He needs to get the fuck out of the race.
Yep. Because he thinks that dumbass Donnie can fucking get to be the president. Shit. Better scruple. That's why he wants it.
Yeah, he's had some kind of jealousy thing going on with Trump for sure.
Hey, do you think?
I didn't hear what you asked, Michelle.
What's that?
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Oh no, I'm saying, say that Bernie gets a nomination. Can Trump go ahead and say that?
You cut out where you said, can Trump go ahead and say what?
Can Trump debate whether he wants to have a debate?
He can say he doesn't want to have a debate. He can just say flat out, I don't want to debate. But I don't think that makes him look very good.
Well, his supporters will be all like, he just ain't got time for Bernie, so I'm going to vote for him.
Yeah, and Bernie will be like, bark, 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 bark.
Yeah, that's true. It don't take much to get him going, does it?
Well, it would just be, I mean, that's the way I would handle it, because he's going to get asked at every fucking interview, what is it you think about Donald Trump not being able to debate? And you say, well, President Trump, bark, 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 bark.
It's fucking fantastic. Oh my God. And that would trigger his happy ass really quick, too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Shit,
And a whole lot of other people, too. A whole lot of other people would go, yeah, fucking, what's the deal, man? You afraid of Bernie? The little old fucking socialist? I thought you could destroy him. I thought you wanted to run against him. Hey, Michelle, I got another caller, okay?
All right, Mike. All right, have a good night. I'll be watching.
All right, it's good to hear from you.
All right, good night.
Hello, caller. Oh, they hung up. And that's the way it goes sometimes. I'm sorry I hung up on you, Michelle. It is good to hear from you. I hope everything's going good, Rio. That Michelle is our buddy from Texas, and it's good that she's here because she has an important voice to add to Mox News. Don't you know? Hello, caller.
Hi, Mike. How are you doing tonight?
I am good. How are you, Chris?
I'm doing pretty good. I had a fairly good day. I had a close encounter with the COPSs today.
COP what now?
The cops. I had a close encounter with the cops today.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Is everything okay?
It is. Everything is okay.
Okay.
But it was one of those incidences where a friend of mine is mute. He can't speak.
Uh-huh.
And he also has had some interactions with the police before. He got beat up by the police before, so he was traumatized.
Yeah.
And he was trying to bring his service dog into a private healthcare facility. We were visiting a friend of mine who has been moved to an adult family home.
Mm-hmm.
And the aide said you can't bring the dog into the facility because somebody was allergic to dogs or something. And my friend was adamant about bringing his service dog into this facility. And I said, just leave it near the porch, man. And then the next thing I know, there's like 3 police cars outside the facility, and they're acting as moderate. Anyway, it's just very strange how the police become involved in our lives so quickly, even when you don't want them to be, and even when you're just present, and you're not even involved.
Yeah.
I mean, they're always kind of lingering in the background. But my friend wasn't arrested. He almost was arrested. He kept pushing it. And he was asserting his right to bring a service dog wherever he wanted to bring a service dog.
Uh-huh.
But unfortunately, in a police state, I think you have to pick and choose your battles. My ex stood in front of a tank and got arrested on an I-5, on-ramp near Fort Lewis, demonstrating against war. She made a decision that was where she wanted to get arrested by the police, but it was a conscious decision.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Instead of letting circumstances just swallow you up to where you find out you're just sitting in jail because some cop didn't want to listen to your complaint and you were irritating them. So I try to avoid the police as much as possible.
Yeah. And that's good advice to everyone. As much as you can, don't involve the police. It's like I was saying, everybody wishes we had cops and a justice system where we could go, oh, good, the cops are here. But nobody fucking says that. Nobody feels like, oh, good, the cops are here. It's like, oh my God, fuck, don't shoot me. I hope I don't go to jail. Fuck, such bullshit.
And my friend doesn't speak, he signs, and of course, no police officers have the ability to sign. So he gets frustrated because he can't communicate with the police, and he can write, and he can write things down, but he can't express his ideas as quickly as they come into his head. He has to write things down. And that often agitates the police, who are always just looking for an immediate answer to a question. Mm-hmm. They're not very patient. They were patient today, and I really thought he was pushing it. But I felt bad that this is the way our society is. The police always become involved. I did have a couple of notes. Michelle mentioned that those tickets were like $1,000.
Uh-huh.
They were actually like $1,700, and there's been a few stories like. Common Dreams has a story about it.
So it costs $1,700 to go to last night's debate.
$1,750 for the cheap seats, and the expensive boxes were $3,200.
So then it clearly was stacked for Joe Biden and Mike Bloomberg.
It was stacked for the party establishment and for Mike Bloomberg, who was able to buy tickets for people. That's right.
Yeah.
It was. And there was an article at Common Dreams, like I said, that talked about this, about how it was rigged in favor of the elites. Interestingly, the Washington Post responded with a title of a story that said, Bernie Sanders continues to sow chaos. And then it says, Senator Sanders on Wednesday, the latest Sanders conspiracy is that somehow the debate was rigged. Most working people that I know don't spend $1,700 to get tickets to a debate. So even though this is true, and if you look at some of the websites like Snopes or Truth or Fiction, these fact-checking sites, they actually say it is true. The Washington Post will not accept it as truth. And they're hitting back against the Sandinistas. So when the Sandinistas say, look, the elites run the party, and it's true, and this is the evidence, they still deny the fact that it's just like denying truth when it's right in their face.
I thought it was illegal to sell fucking tickets to a political event in this country. That is insane that we're selling tickets to political events. That is just not right, man. That's very, very messed up.
Possibly the last debate with that many people. That's fact. I don't think two or three of those people are going to make it out of the race next Tuesday on March 3rd.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think a couple people at least are going to drop after Tuesday.
There was an article, Mike, I saw at antiwar.com, which of course is a libertarian site, and they're opposed to war. And this was an article written yesterday, and it's a link to a video of Ron Paul, right, former candidate for president, and it says $1 trillion nuclear upgrade, not an arms race? It's question mark. So says the Trump administration continues to spend billions of dollars developing, upgrading the nuclear weapons arsenal, claiming at the same time that it's in response to Russian moves and isn't an arms race. Is there solid evidence to back American claims, or just another high-paid jobs program for the military-industrial complex? And it's a 20-minute video. I know some of your listeners appreciate Ron Paul, and they might want to listen, appreciate listening to him talk about Trump's $1 trillion nuclear upgrade.
Yeah, I'll have to go look at that. I'd like to see that because again, he's talking about how they're doing this. I don't know how they somehow do this separate from the budget because $1 trillion. We can't get money for schools, but we get $1 trillion for fucking weapons of death that will only destroy the world. They're not going to be anything of use for anything but to destroy the entire planet. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what they're designed for. That's fact. They're designed to kill tens and tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people at a time instantly. And we're the only country on Earth that has ever used those weapons, and we used them twice. So we have extra responsibilities because we created the weapon and unleashed it on the world. It's our creation. So I think we even have more responsibility as Americans to dismantle our nuclear weapons and to push for nuclear disarmament around the world so we don't kill everybody in a nuclear war.
Yeah, instead of fucking creating a whole new nuclear arms race, I think that might be a better path to take.
Saudi Arabia is teetering on the edge of developing nuclear weapons. That's something that has been discussed in circles in Washington. It's like enabling Saudi Arabia to have nuclear weapons so you could decrease the American military presence there on the Saudi Peninsula and have defend themselves with nukes against Iran as a deterrent, of course. And remember, the United States also wanted to give the Shah of Iran. We provided the Shah of Iran with nuclear power facilities in the 1970s that was going on track for them to be able to develop their own nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
So we have our hand in spreading these weapons all over the world.
Yeah.
One of the weird possible benefits, maybe, of the coronavirus is in Hong Kong, because the city is shut down, the city of Hong Kong has decided to give cash to residents amidst the epidemic. And so it's going to be a way to test this UBI. And this is an article from Asia Times. And if you think about it, if we were to shut down cities in the United States for a month at a time, there would be some problems.
Everybody's going to be out of money.
Everybody would be out of money. The Hong Kong government announced, this is from Asia Times, on Wednesday that it would give 10,000 Hong Kong dollars or $1,280 US from its budget to all adult permanent residents in the city as a relief measure against the COVID-19 outbreak. The government should do a bit more as the city faces an economic setback and is overwhelmed by a heavy atmosphere, Financial Secretary John said in his budget speech. Quote, after careful consideration, I decided to disperse 10,000 Hong Kong dollars to Hong Kong permanent residents aged 18 or above with a view to encouraging and boosting local consumption on one hand and relieving people's financial burden on the other. So it's kind of like that Andrew Yang idea of everybody in the city is going to get enough money so we make it through this crisis.
You'll be able to pay your rent and have food.
Yeah. So, so people won't be evicted for not being able to make their payments to their landlords or have their utilities turned off because they couldn't make a credit card payment on their utilities or whatever. It's interesting. But there were two car stories, right, and then I'll stop. But one of them was from CNN, and I thought it was interesting because it just talks about attitudes between like the upper middle class or the wealthy and the working class or the poor. And the article says, and this is from CNN, Rob Pichetta at CNN wrote, says, if you drive an expensive car, probably a jerk, say scientists. Researchers from the University of Nevada, Las Vegas speculated that the expensive car owners they did a study at Las Vegas University, and they found that they felt a sense of superiority over other road users and were less able to empathize with lowly sidewalk dwellers. They came to this conclusion after asking volunteers to cross a sidewalk hundreds of times, filming and analyzing the responses by car drivers. Researchers used, a black person, a white person, a woman, a man, and the best predictor of whether a car would stop was its cost, researchers discovered. Disengagement and a lower ability to interpret thoughts and feelings of others, along with feelings of entitlement and narcissism, may lead to a lack of empathy for pedestrians among costly car owners, they theorized in the study. And then it turns out, Mike, that there was another study done in Finland a few years ago of 1,900 drivers at the University of Helsinki, and they came to the exact same conclusion that if you're driving a BMW or if you're driving a Mercedes, if you're driving a nice car, you're more likely to be self-centered, argumentative, stubborn, disagreeable, and unempathetic as a general rule. They noticed from this study. I thought that was interesting that they're actually measuring how rude people are and disinterested people are based on their car. And the first study said that every $1,000 that their vehicle is worth, it says that their likelihood of slowing down decreases 3% for every extra $1,000 their vehicle is worth.
I kind of came to a conclusion like this just recently too. Is like when you're a kid, you all think, oh man, that guy's so cool because he drives a fucking the Mustang or the whatever cool car it is that he's driving, But the truth is that they're probably they probably are not. They probably are much more likely, like you said, to be a dick. And it's unfortunate that people who have everything, people that are living the dream, can't be just a little bit more appreciative of the fact that they're living the dream while everybody else is working their ass off for nothing,
I mean, I know you don't drive, but I do drive, and aggressive driving is one of the most annoying things because your life is being jeopardized, their life is being jeopardized, and all you can do is respond defensively. It's a real uncomfortable situation to be in. The other story was from the Detroit Free Press. It's the last one that I had. And this story is about pedestrian deaths in the U.S., and it's about cars. It says, this is from the Detroit Free Press, pedestrian deaths continue to rise in 2019. Shift to SUVs receives partial blame. So it says, the pedestrian death crisis in America is getting worse. The Governor's Highway Safety Association, in a new report released on Thursday, said 6,590 people died on or along U.S. roadways in 2019. It would be the highest yearly total since 1988, the same year George Bush beat Michael Dukakis and Young Guns was in the theaters. It would be it would also be 307 or 5% more than the 6,283 pedestrians who died in 2018. If the preliminary data holds, 57,897 pedestrians have died between 2009 and 2019. That's the same amount of people who died in the Vietnam War. This is just pedestrians. The crisis represents a reversal of a trend of declining deaths even as safety for vehicle occupants has improved. Pedestrian deaths represent an increasing percentage of total crash deaths from 12% in 2009 to 17% in 2018, according to the association's report. And they go on to say that the reason is that people are driving SUVs, and SUVs are larger vehicles, so people are more likely to suffer a fatality when they're struck by an SUV than by a smaller passenger car. And that's anyway, that's what
also an SUV will take longer to slow down because it's a bigger, heavier vehicle. So there's a chance that that has something to do with it too. But I think that's very interesting statistics. I don't think people realize how dangerous driving is. I say it again and again. And it's because they do it in almost a robotic fashion. It just becomes the same. A lot of people drive home from work every day, and they can't tell you the route that they took home. If there's a variation in it, because they're in some other world while they're looking at their phones. We all know this. They're looking at their phones. They're eating food. They're plotting out whatever. They just do it. They just drive robotically, and driving is incredibly dangerous. I mean, these people that you're talking about, pedestrians are just walking along, living their day, and all of a sudden, boom! Big old great white shark in the form of a SUV fucking ends their existence.
Yeah, and a lot of people are upset about gun deaths and deaths from guns, and it's tragic when people die from guns, but it's also tragic when people die from cars. And in fact, because everyone uses cars, not everybody uses guns, but everybody generally uses cars, they don't want to think about it. They don't want to imagine that many people are dying a year. So they just kind of push it to the back, and it typically isn't a story that you see on the front page of the newspaper or on a TV station.
I agree. People don't want to think about it. That's why I say it's incredibly dangerous, because people don't ever think, oh yeah, driving's incredibly dangerous. No, they don't ever act like that at all. They don't ever talk like that. It's just not part of the dialogue or the thought process. So thanks for sharing, Chris. It's good to hear from you, man.
Thank you. Yeah, and all the calls tonight were great. It was nice to hear Jackie Tab and Wilco with the show call. So
yeah,
I look forward to hearing the rest of the calls.
Right on.
And I will listen. Thank you.
Okay, okay. You too, Chris. Thanks for sharing. That's our buddy Chris from Olympia, and I am gonna play a quick clip for you, and I'll be right back. It is a coronavirus clip, so avert your eyes if you don't want the fear porn.
Great to have you with us here on a Wednesday night, and we begin with fast-moving news in the coronavirus emergency. President Trump addressing the outbreak this evening, saying, quote, "We are very, very ready for this, for anything." This all comes after the CDC warned Americans to be prepared here at home, that it's not a matter of if, but when. Tonight, there are now more new cases being reported outside China than inside China for the first time. The virus spreading across the globe, including at least 60 cases here in the U.S. and at least 8 states. Spreading quickly across Europe tonight, at least 13 European countries. In Italy alone now, at least 440 people now infected. The death toll, at least 12. And the first U.S. service member has now been diagnosed at a military base in South Korea. While here at home tonight, the CDC is now investigating reports a flight attendant has now been diagnosed with the virus. She had flown into and out of LAX airport in Los Angeles. In fact, the mayor there tonight saying they are trying to disinfect the airport. And so we begin with ABC's Steve Osunsami outside the CDC in Atlanta.
They're working overtime tonight in Los Angeles at LAX, disinfecting the airport to help prevent any possible spread of the coronavirus. A Korean Airlines flight attendant who is believed to have worked flights in and out of the airport tested positive today for the virus. The same flight attendant was working a flight from Israel February 15th, where 30 people were later diagnosed with the disease.
We're disinfecting LAX every hour. We're making sure that those points of entry and those places where we could see somebody come in and create a vector are as secure as we can possibly make them.
In Korea, a U.S. soldier has come down with the coronavirus. The military is ordering extra screenings of all service members. These are pictures tonight from on board a cruise ship that's circling the Caribbean. Both Jamaican and Cayman Island authorities are refusing to let the ship dock because someone on the boat is sick. The ship's medical staff believes the patient is sick with the flu, but the islands aren't taking any chances, and tonight the ship is headed to Mexico.
Just being told there's one guy with flu, and supposed to dock tonight in Mexico, but I'm not told if I'm going to get off the ship or not. It's really frustrating.
The latest from global health officials, this is the current heat map, with the virus spreading to 16 European countries in less than a week. In Italy, where more than 400 people have gotten sick from the coronavirus, some Catholic masses have been canceled in the north, but the Pope still celebrated Ash Wednesday in Rome. Our James Longman is in the country.
Italy is one of the most popular destinations for American students. Thousands come here every year, but now at least 5 U.S. universities are suspending their study abroad programs because of coronavirus.
Study abroad students are packing their bags tonight.
Here are my other friends over here who are packing in our apartment.
We're getting on an early flight tomorrow. Please don't make us leave. We're really sad.
Back home in the U.S., there are 60 cases of coronavirus here, and health officials say that American families should be prepared for more.
All right, so let's get back to Steve Osunsami again tonight, live outside the CDC. And Steve, we're just learning about residents on Long Island, New York tonight now being asked to self-quarantine, and reports that many in Massachusetts and likely in other places self-quarantining as well.
David, call it a coronavirus watch. 83 people on Long Island have been told to voluntarily self-quarantine for 14 days after visiting mainland China. They're being told to even keep away from their families. And in Massachusetts, several hundred people are being told to get through a similar voluntary quarantine. David?
All right, Steve Osunsami leading us off. Steve, thank you. As I mentioned at the top tonight, President Trump speaking about what the U.S. is now doing about this, and among the moves, putting Vice President Mike Pence in charge of this effort. ABC's Kira Phillips at the White House tonight.
President Trump tonight declaring he is putting Vice President Mike Pence in charge of America's response to the growing international crisis.
We're very, very ready for this, for anything, whether it's going to be a breakout of larger proportions or whether or not we're at that very low level.
On Capitol Hill, the Secretary of Health and Human Services with this warning.
America's risk is low at the moment. That could change quickly.
Lawmakers from both parties have voiced concern about the administration's response. The acting Secretary of Homeland Security under fire when he acknowledged the government needs about 300 million respirators for healthcare workers, but only has 30 million on hand.
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Homeland Security, do we have enough respirators or not?
Today, the head of the CDC pressed.
How many tests can our country conduct as of today?
I would have to get back to you with the exact number.
Democrats are frustrated.
I believe that the administration's lack of coordination for the coronavirus response is on full display. We all know that.
Sources telling us the president has been closely watching the diving Dow. The administration has asked Congress for an additional $2.5 billion to respond to the coronavirus threat. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says that's not nearly enough.
What he's doing is late, too late, anemic. Hopefully we can make up for the loss of time.
So let's get to Kira Phillips. She's live at the White House tonight. And Kira, the White House aware of this growing pressure, these questions from really members of both parties over on the Hill.
That's right, David. President Trump has been closely following this story as it unfolds, and he is also watching the markets that have been falling for 3 straight days now. Tonight, he has assembled his team behind him, including the Vice President of the United States, to project calm and tell the American people he is in charge and on this case. David?
Kira Phillips at the White House, thank you. We know a lot of you at home have questions as well. Of course, a stressful time over concerns over this coronavirus. So let's get right back to Dr. Jen Ashton. She's back with us again tonight. And first of all, Jen, just for folks at home, in our effort to reassure everyone, what do we know about who this is hitting hardest and what symptoms to look for?
Well, remember, David, there's still a lot we don't know about this virus, but early data suggests that it tends to affect people in average age in their early 50s, those with chronic medical conditions. The good news, likely and luckily, children have been spared thus far.
And the symptoms to look for?
Fever, shortness of breath, and cough are the common ones, just like influenza.
In the meantime, for folks folks watching and want to take steps, if there are any steps they can take to try to protect themselves, what should they do?
Basic steps, because they are so important. Wash your hands. That is incredibly vital. Cough or sneeze into your elbow. Clean surfaces in those hot spots. Avoid contact with people who are known to be sick. And if you are sick, stay home. And as we heard today from Dr. Anthony Fauci, we do know this virus is highly transmissible.
Highly contagious. So just stay home to try to keep everybody else at work safe. Dr. Jen Ashton, we're going to stick with you, I'm sure, for days to come. Thanks, Jen.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys want to see that or not. Honestly, it seems like you can find that stuff anywhere, so that's partially why I'm not playing it. I know you all feel so much more at ease knowing Mike Pence is in charge of making sure that we're all safe. I feel so much better now. But you know, I don't think you should be afraid. Okay? I think, like I said, fear is this thing where if there's something to be afraid of, you'll see it right in front of you, in your neighborhood. It will be happening, and you'll go, oh shit, I should prepare. Oh shit, it is actually happening. But it's not happening. So whatever this fear porn shit is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Oh, chunker. It's a chunker. It's a chunker. Hello, caller.
Orange chicken bing bong.
Hey, man.
Chicken fried rice ding dong.
You know, I'm just dying for some orange chicken. I've been wanting orange chicken for days. Guy's trying to make me crazy. Orange chicken, bing bong. Fuck yeah, I want some orange chicken, bing bong. I have been craving orange chicken. I haven't had orange chicken for quite some time, and I really want orange chicken. Thanks for reminding me, bing bong. And that last clip was a little bit longer than I expected it to be. I would have gone and got a bottle of water because I need a bottle of water. But I think we're pretty good. You guys want? I have another clip. If you guys want another coronavirus clip, I have one from Japan. I have one from Germany. And then I have a clip about the shooting in Milwaukee, if you want to see more clips. But I think that we're pretty good. I'm pretty good. You guys pretty good? I just wanted to share that last bong hit with you. And right? Pence, yeah. Pence, I feel so much better. That's what I do all day, Des. So, anyways, I think we're good. I'll play another clip. And I'll go get some water. This Milwaukee shooting clip is only a couple minutes long. I'll play that for you. I'll be right back.
In the meantime, to the other news tonight, a deadly workplace shooting we're monitoring at this hour. In fact, we just learned from the mayor of Milwaukee that there are multiple people dead, including the shooter. The first word of an active shooter at the Molson Coors campus in Milwaukee today. Hundreds of officers, including the FBI, responding, a massive show of force there. Officers climbing to the roof, the neighborhood on lockdown. Sources say that shooter was disgruntled, a former employee, in fact. And here's our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, with late reporting.
Shots ringing out at the Molson Coors sprawling beer plant in Milwaukee.
Confirmed active shooter still at large.
At roughly 2 p.m., some 600 workers ordered to shelter in place as an army of police respond. Television helicopters capturing it all.
You can see there's a handful of officers now with their rifles. They just came out of this stairwell here and a rooftop door, and they're going into another one.
There are reports of injured.
You can hear sirens in the background, so we still have even more first responders heading this way.
Neighboring schools placed on lockdown. Worried families rushing to the scene.
I was afraid for my dear life with my baby.
This remains an active scene. There are multiple fatalities.
Police tonight saying the shooter fatally shot 5 people before apparently killing himself with a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
The victims all worked at Molson Coors, and no members of the general public were involved.
Let's get to Pierre Thomas with us live tonight. And Pierre, we're aware that the FBI is already on the scene.
That's right, David. The FBI is assisting. ATF is there as well. All hands on deck with such a large crime scene. One source telling us it may be hours before the complex is completely cleared. David?
All right, we'll stay on it, Pierre. Thank you.
Gotta eat your cookies, Wilco. Very important. You are the last person I would expect to have to tell you're not eating enough marijuana. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Jackie Cat. That was very good of you. Okay, so I got horns. I'm pretty darn good. I have 2 more coronavirus clips, one from Japan, one from Germany. That's what I have. If you want me to play more, they're very interesting clips. I would not get them if I didn't think they were worthy of your time. But it's getting late, and I know some of you have to get up in the morning. So, oh, I have a Tulsi video too. I have the Tulsi clip that I posted earlier of Tulsi talking about, people are being irresponsible by spreading fear about the coronavirus, which I thought was really important again, this is what I'm saying. This is what I've been saying from day one, So, and I thought it was very interesting to see Ms. Gabbard saying something similar, Congresswoman Gabbard. It would be nice to be able to say Vice President Gabbard or Madam President Gabbard. That would be awesome. Nice. Hey, there's a Bernie ad on TV. Wow, look at that. I just saw the first Bernie ad on TV. Play the damn clip. Play what clip? Bernie clip. What Bernie clip do you want me to play? Let's see. I'll take a few of those. Oh, you know what I wanted to say was I just saw on the CNN crawl that goes across the bottom of the screen, it said that Tulsi, the Tulsi clip. Okay, I'll play the Tulsi clip. It said that Clive Klessler has died, and he was an author who wrote a lot of books. He died at 88, according to the crawl on CNN, and I really enjoyed his work. Clive Klessler. He wrote, he's probably most famous for a book called Raise the Titanic, but he wrote a book called Pacific Vortex, which I really enjoyed. It's not that long. And he has a character, a detective character named Dirk Pitt. And I always really enjoyed Dirk Pitt. So if you're looking for something to read, Clive Klessler has passed on at 88. And he's wrote a couple of books that I really loved. So I thought I'd mention him. Okay, so play the Tulsi clip. You got it. I will play the Tulsi clip right now. Clip number 14. This is the first time I have ever played a clip number 14 on the Mox News live call-in show. Your Wake and Bake News at 7 p.m. So clip number 14. Here we go.
Well, you know, after last night's crazy debate, it was a shout fest, really. It dissolved very, very quickly. Could sitting out something like that actually be helping out to 2020 Democratic presidential candidate Tulsi Gabbard, who joins us now from Washington? Congresswoman, very good to have you.
Thank you, Neil. Good to see you.
Maybe it was a good thing you weren't there. What do you think?
I couldn't watch much of it, to be honest. And I believe that voters probably walked away not getting much value and feeling pretty frustrated given the serious challenges that we're facing right now with things like the coronavirus, something that is threatening the safety, health, and well-being and lives of the American people, and something that requires all of us as Americans coming together, standing together just as we would in wartime, except now in this case, the enemy is a virus, and we've got to make sure that we prevent its spread.
Then what did you think of Chuck Schumer and some other Democrats, and Nancy Pelosi among them, saying Republicans are playing politics with it, arguing about the amount of money he's committing to this, is it enough, et cetera. Is this the time to be doing that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now is the time where Democrats and Republicans, whether it's Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, we've got to stand together as Americans and put the health and well-being of the American people first. We cannot afford to be penny wise and pound foolish. We've got to come together and say, okay, what actions are necessary immediately to prevent what some people are saying is inevitable. I think it's wrong for some people to say, well, it's inevitable that this is going to come here and it's going to take the lives of millions of Americans. No, I don't accept that. We've got to take action now to say, all right, let's mobilize trainers to go and have these boot camps for healthcare professionals in our hospitals, for first responders, for teachers in our schools, for the private sector, for employers, to make sure that everyone really understands both the seriousness of the threat and the actions that need to be taken individually and collectively to prevent its spread, prevent this pandemic, or soon-to-be pandemic, from reaching that point.
You know, there is a mentality that the president cited when he was India, Congressman, that no matter what kind of figure he proposed, Chuck Schumer was going to reject it, and that the politics is alive and well. It sounds like you're saying all of that should cease and desist, like now.
Yesterday. This should have happened yesterday. The fact that, look, in my home state of Hawaii, they're not able to get their hands on testing kits. We have this shortage of masks that are not available even to healthcare professionals who are having folks come in to their hospitals or to their ERs. We're already behind the curve. We cannot afford for this senseless partisan bickering and putting partisan politics literally ahead of the lives of the American people. This requires leadership. It requires us standing together as Americans, where when we do this, we know we can accomplish anything. And it requires working with other countries, putting cooperation over conflict, because we're just a plane away from many other countries, different regions of the world who are already seeing this virus starting to hit them. We cannot do this alone.
You know, it got surprising scant attention in the debate last night in the scheme of things, Congressman. But I'm curious, there did seem to be a pile on Bernie Sanders, and some of those on that stage are saying he's your nominee. You might as well kiss the election goodbye. Do you agree with that?
Well, first of all, to your point, I agree. There was scant attention on this, again, which just shows just how out of touch they are with the reality of this crisis that we're facing before us. Look, there are 7 states now left to vote. I think that the voices of the American people need to be respected. And as the pundits do their thing, really it's those votes that people cast that will make that determination about the direction they want for our country.
All right, I believe you meant 47 in the scheme of things. But let me ask you, Congressman,
47.
It does seem that that the fear is Bernie Sanders' views are so out of the mainstream, so out of touch. He becomes a nominee. There's no way in heck he would become president. Do you agree with that, or would you be supporting any one of those others if they get the nomination?
Well, first of all, I'm still running for president, and that's exactly where I'm focused. I think the thing that scares folks is that someone like Bernie Sanders, someone like myself, I don't agree with all of Bernie Sanders' positions on things. I do agree with some, but I think what's clear is that we don't march to the beat of the warmongering foreign policy establishment in Washington or the Democratic powerful elite. This is really about putting the interests of the American people first and really working to address those challenges and bringing the different ideas that we all have as Americans to the forefront, whether they are Democrat or Republican or independent ideas, saying we've got to put country first because people are suffering and struggling and being left behind so long as politicians in Washington are playing games with their lives.
You know, some people look at Bernie Sanders as he's too old, too extreme, and that if he ran and got the nomination, he'd need to seek out somebody young, maybe a woman, someone whose views are not quite to that extreme. That's you.
I know you're trying to break news right now here, Neil.
No. Are you kidding? I just look at stocks. So take stock of that. What do you think?
I'm again, yeah, I am. Bernie is a friend, but I'm very focused on doing exactly what we're doing, carrying this message that I'm sharing with you and your viewers here today.
That would moderate what seems an extreme ticket, right?
Potentially so. But I think what's most important for us to focus on is what are voters looking for when you look at the dissatisfaction they have with the political institutions, the powerful elite who run Washington. They're looking for a champion. They're looking for leaders who will really bring about this vision that our founders had for us, a government of, by, and for the people. And so really, regardless of party, that is where our focus must be.
Tulsi Gabbard, great catching up with you.
Good to see you, Neil.
All right, be well. In the meantime, facing an emergency.
Oh, you can't see him. My Boo Bear's sitting there so pretty. He gets the bones. He gets the bones. You always get the bones, huh, buddy? You get the bones? You want to come over here? Get the bone? Come on, up. All right, who's my beautiful baby? Who? No, come up here. Come up here. Who's my beautiful baby? Who? That's right, you are. You're my beautiful baby. Get up here. You got. Hey, get up here. You gotta come up here to get it. You gotta come up here. Up here. Who's my beautiful baby? Who? You are. You're my beautiful baby. You're my beautiful baby. He's my beautiful baby. There's my girl. See my girl? There's my girl. Hi, my girl. Who's my girl? Who's my girl? She's not as chatty as he is. She's my girl. She's my girl. You are. You're my girl. You are. There she is. There's my girl. Hi, my girl. What a pretty girl you are. Such a pretty girl she is. You are. You're such a pretty girl. You're such a pretty girl. I heard you already got your pizza, girl. I heard you got pizza already. I heard you. Oh. Didn't you get pizza? I heard you got pizza already. Didn't you get pizza? You didn't get pizza. Are you sure? Well, maybe just a little. Yeah, I know. It's never enough, huh? See, she went from I didn't get any pizza to, well, maybe just a little. It's always just a little with you, huh, girl? She got pizza, trust me. Everybody gets pizza when there's pizza. Oh, for freaking love cookies. Okay, so I have another video. I guess we're going to call it a night. I'm going to have a coronavirus clip from Japan and a coronavirus clip from Germany. Oh, and I have migrants get PTSD. So, if you want to see those, I can play them. There is no one calling. The do not disturb is not on the phone. It's getting late. So, I think we should. Germany. Okay. Germany clip coming up. Here you go. Coronavirus Germany. Clip number 13.
We begin tonight with the latest on the coronavirus here in Germany. The country's health minister, Jens Spahn, is warning that the country is at the beginning of a coronavirus epidemic. Now, this comes after health officials confirmed 7 new cases of COVID-19, signaling the disease could be moving to a new phase. Here's more from the German health minister.
We're at the beginning of a coronavirus epidemic in Germany. The cases in North Rhine-Westphalia and Baden-Württemberg are a further sign of this. The chains of infection are partly, and this is a new aspect, not traceable. There are multiple persons who have had contact with the infected patients. And that's a qualitative difference to the 16 infectious cases we've already had in Germany, where in each case the chain of infection could be traced back to the outbreak in China.
All right, for more on that now, we want to take this to our political correspondent, Emmanuel Chaz. She's standing by here in Berlin. Good evening to you, Emma. So we just heard there the country's health minister sounding the alarm, saying that we are in a coronavirus epidemic. So what's the government doing about it?
Well, Jens Spahn, the health minister, sounded much more worried than before. Like he said, he acknowledged that the epidemic was most likely no longer available here in Germany because those who contracted the virus have been in touch with so many people before being diagnosed. So he asked health officials, hospitals, medical practices, social security services in all of Germany's states to review their emergency plans for the pandemics in light of the new cases. He said now more people should be tested, better more than less, did he say. He also encouraged people with symptoms to come forward and get in touch with doctors, but he also warned against a wave of panic. Some schools, some kindergartens in the area in North Rhine-Westphalia where 2 people have been diagnosed have been shut down, as well as 2 medical practices that were attended by 2 people infected were shut down until Monday. That's in line with containment strategy in place to prevent the virus from spreading as far as possible.
All right, Emma, stand by. We're going to show you now this report that takes us to the German state of North Rhine-Westphalia, where a new coronavirus cluster is spreading.
Authorities transported the 47-year-old man and his wife to a Düsseldorf University clinic early Tuesday morning. The man's condition is critical. He tested positive for COVID-19, as the new coronavirus is named. On Wednesday, officials confirmed both he and his wife are infected.
The man is gravely ill. He's suffering badly from pneumonia and is on ventilation. The good news is that his condition did not deteriorate overnight. He's showing signs of improvement. The woman is also ill. She has inflammation of the lungs and a fever, but she is by no means in the same serious condition as her husband.
The couple's 2 children have so far shown no symptoms of the virus and are being closely monitored.
The couple has an active social life, and as you might be aware, this weekend there were carnival celebrations throughout the state of North Rhine-Westphalia. What's important is that the woman is a kindergarten teacher, and of course was working in childcare until the beginning of carnival celebrations.
Children enrolled in daycare centres and schools in the area, as well as their parents, are being told to remain at home for the next 2 weeks. The goal is to break the chain of infection.
This is quite a challenge considering the man was in various places while displaying symptoms during the virus's 10 to 14-day incubation period. So he potentially came into contact with an almost endless number of people.
The man was recently treated twice at a university clinic in Cologne for an unrelated illness. Staff who had contact with him there are now under quarantine.
All right, so if we look at that story and we add that to the warning that we're hearing tonight from the German government, the warning we heard yesterday from the World Health Organization, how worried should people here in Germany be tonight?
Well, they're definitely more worried tonight than they were before all those new cases broke here. I mean, some of them vent on social media, say that they can't even reach their GP, they cannot reach the hotlines. Some hotlines are saturated. Some people think they have symptoms and they assimilate flu symptoms to those of the coronavirus. What's especially worrying tonight is that the people who got infected were in crowds. This couple in Düsseldorf attended Carnival festivities. They also took a short trip to Amsterdam, to the Netherlands, and that will make the authorities, the health authorities, work to try and identify further cases more difficult. So a genuine concern tonight here in Germany.
Yeah, there definitely is reason to be more concerned tonight than 24 hours ago, that's for sure. Emma Shaws, thank you very much. Well, the new strain of the coronavirus, which is known as COVID-19, it first emerged in the Chinese city of Wuhan back in December. To date, the virus has claimed almost 3,000 lives. China still has the highest number of reported cases, more than 77,000. It is followed by South Korea, Italy, Japan, and Iran. 41 other countries or territories around the world have also reported cases. Now, that brings the global total to more than 81,000. And this is what has happened just in the last 24 hours. South Korea has reported its biggest one-day jump in infections. Brazil has confirmed Latin America's first case. And here in Europe, Italy remains the front line in the struggle to contain the outbreak. That outbreak has now claimed 12 lives there. France tonight reporting its first fatality. And what about travel? International flights to affected areas, they have been cut back or canceled. Here's a closer look now at how countries around the world are fighting to ward off a pandemic.
Recovered coronavirus patients in Wuhan are finally free to return home after one last spray. The coronavirus is increasing its presence far beyond China's borders. It ranges from cruise ships in Japan to Tehran's public transport. It's also having an effect on countries where it has not yet emerged. Ireland has postponed a major international rugby game with Italy as a precaution. Italy is the country most affected by the virus in Europe. Despite these concerns, health authorities in Europe say there's no reason to panic about the coronavirus there.
We take the virus and the situation very seriously. At the same time, we should also remember that 4 out of 5 patients have mild symptoms and recover.
In the US, which has remained relatively sheltered, health chiefs warned the public to be on alert.
The immediate risk to the general American public remains low. But as we have warned, that has the potential to change quickly.
Meanwhile, 11 towns in northern Italy where the virus has been diagnosed remain under lockdown. Military police are staffing roadblocks, allowing only authorised personnel access. Nearly 50,000 people have been placed under effective quarantine there.
Well, for more now, we want to go to Margaret Harris. She is with the World Health Organization. She is working with the coronavirus team in Geneva, Switzerland. Margaret, it's good to see you. You've heard what the German health minister has said, that Germany is now in the grips of an epidemic. Do you agree with that language? What's your advice tonight to people here in Germany?
Good evening. Well, I agree with certainly something. I do agree with much of what he said, particularly when he said, don't panic. Now, this is always difficult when somebody says you've got an outbreak. Outbreaks do make people frightened, but the best way to get through this is to stay calm and get knowledge up. So find out about this virus, find out what you can do, and think about what you, your family, your friends, your community need to do. Now that sounds very general, but there's lots you can do. What about if, for instance, you do have to spend 2 weeks in quarantine or longer if there's ongoing infection in your neighborhood or in your group or in your school? So make those plans now. And I'm not saying run to the shops and get the food, but think about, can you work from home? Talk to your employers, talk to your children, talk to your schools, think about how you can educate them, keep things going, keep things as normal as possible. China has shown they can do it, and the rest of us can do it too.
What do you do, Margaret, though, when you have governments or political systems that are working what appears to be against you? And I'm thinking about what's happening in Iran right now. The numbers there, we can't verify the numbers in relations to infections. The leadership in Iran is claiming that the United States is scaremongering, trying to use the virus to weaken the country. What do you do in that situation?
We look at the science. Now, Iran has asked us to go and help, and that's what we're doing. We're sending a group of experts in. We're looking at what they need, how we can get that to them as quickly as possible, and really help them get their outbreak under control. Now, there are lots of other countries that we've already looked at long before the outbreaks began to go to many countries. We were pretty sure that this virus had potential to do this. We're grateful that China managed to contain it for a long time. So we have been able to do a lot of work with countries we've identified as the most fragile countries. But now is the moment when we all have to look at what we can do and how we can get through this.
All right, Margaret Harris with the WHO joining us tonight from Geneva, Switzerland. Margaret, thank you. We appreciate it.
Okay, we're back live. And Steve McClanahan is on the phone. How are you tonight, Steve?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve McClanahan. We are coming to you live from an exclusive location, ladies and gentlemen. It's extremely exclusive. Michael.
Yes.
How are you doing tonight?
Yes, I'm good. How are you, Steve?
I'm doing fantastic, Michael.
Excellent.
I can't really tell you much, but Steve McClanahan ain't putting up with no fucking Russian bullshit. I tell you what, I got stormed up on by a bunch of fucking Russians trying to take over the fucking new Mox News van. I tell you what, you want to know? You want to hear the fucking wind blowing?
Is this your third Mox News van, Steve?
Dude, this is like, I don't know, Michael. I can't keep track of all this shit. You need to fucking call the bank and let them know that this is, I don't know, Michael. Just fucking let them know that I need some fucking extra cash and shit, and we're on the fucking road right now currently.
We all need extra cash.
Steve McClanahan is heading to motherfucking California. I'm fucking heading complete north towards California. Michael, I'm telling you, the Russians and the cartel, and then, because it's not the cartel, just the cartel, but the cartel has some shit too on me right now, okay? And the coronavirus and these people are fucking freaking out. Everyone's freaking out. The Russians are freaking out. The fucking everybody. I am on the fucking DL right now, Michael, and I'm in the fucking Mox News van currently right now. I'm actually keeping it together, whether you like it or not. Okay, we're getting the fucking live news report, but I tell you what, the shit's rough. We've got plenty of footage. I wish you fucking had the goddamn live stream. We've had tons of footage. The real life situation where these people are completely fucked, Michael. They are completely fucking losing it. It is, the only word is that not tough. It's completely defecating everywhere. It's just complete shit. It's fucked, Michael. I mean, the only way we can fucking make it out of this alive, Michael, I mean, we have got to elect fucking Bernie Gabbard, you know?
Bernie Gabbard.
Tulsi Bernie Gabbard. We're gonna elect Tulsi Bernie Gabbard, and we're gonna fucking. That's the only way that we're gonna change the entire fucking universe in one fraction of a second. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Steve McClanahan coming to you live. My next goal is I feel fired by that goddamn son of a bitch that built his own fucking rocket in his goddamn backyard garage setup. And you know what? That son of a bitch knew. He just fucking knew. With the goddamn fucking earth. was currently flat. It's just completely flat. The entire Earth currently right now is just flatter than fuck. No, his goddamn rocket is. His rocket is flatter than shit. It's completely fuck. I feel bad for the son of a bitch. They love the rocket. We love the fucking rocket. You know what? I'm thinking I am going to do a fucking live news report, Michael, from the moon. That's what I think we need to do. We need to go above and beyond. Mox News, motherfucking Apollo spaceship on the moon, Steve McClanahan reporting to you live. That's where we're going to go next, Michael. That's what I'm thinking.
Steve, I am really want
to get the fuck out of here, Michael.
I am really looking forward to you building a rocket ship to the moon, Steve.
These sons of bitches think I have the fucking coronavirus, the cartel, the corona, the fucking governments, all the governments, the fucking Russians, the fucking, the Bernie Sanders supporters, the Trump supporters, the goddamn everyone, these motherfuckers are just fucking after Steve McClanahan's fucking throat. I'm telling you, every one of them. Everybody, everyone, the fucking, I gotta get the fuck out of here. And I think the only place for Steve McClanahan to be currently safe right now, ladies and gentlemen, is on the fucking moon. Okay? I'm gonna build this fucking Mox News van into a goddamn rocket ship, and we're going to the moon, ladies and gentlemen. Whether you like it or not, at the end of the fucking day, we're keeping a positive attitude, Michael.
You,
Michael, I gotta go. Because I got work to do, Michael.
You go there, General.
Or you don't tell me what to do, Michael. I am a fucking goddamn space fucking ranger, Michael.
Space Force forever. Hoorah. Hoorah.
I gotta... Hurrah!
Hoorah!
Fucking hurrah! Roar! Hoorah! Roar! Fucking going to the moon, motherfuckers! Yeah! Alright, Michael, I have seriously got to go because Metallica just came on in the fucking band. I'm gonna crank up some Metallica currently because I'm hyped up. We're getting the fuck out of here. And we're going to the moon.
You go there, Steve.
No, you go there, Michael. You fucking go there. On the moon, you go there.
Okay? I'm not going to the moon.
Get away from Earth.
They don't have marijuana on the moon.
I'm going to the moon.
I'm not going anywhere they don't have marijuana.
They got a shitload of marijuana.
They do not have. I've heard about moon rocks, but they don't come from the moon.
The other side of the moon. It's just everybody doesn't know about this. There's a huge fucking garden back there. There's a bunch of shit that's great. I'm going, whether you like it or not.
Okay, you go there, General.
At the end of the day, today, I am building the rocket ship.
Good work. You keep up the good work, Steve.
Michael.
Okay, Steve.
You keep up the goddamn good work. I'm sick of you keeping up all the fucking goddamn work. And you know what? You're going to go with me in this goddamn spaceship to the fucking moon.
They don't have marijuana there. I ain't going.
You're going.
No, I'm not.
I got the Fifth fucking Element on DVD. You can watch the shit on the fucking moon, Michael.
That would be awesome.
On the moon,
but not without marijuana. Without marijuana.
Legit. I think this is the best idea ever. We all need to go. We're just going to go to the moon. And, yep, best idea. And the next thing we're going to do, we're going to go to Mars from there. We're going to go to the Mars. We are going to the Mars. Have you ever had the Mars bar? Fucking love that fucking candy bar. That's
coconut.
Delicious.
I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of coconut.
On the fucking Mars. Ridiculous, Michael. That's why we're going there.
Okay, you go there.
We'll bring weed, but we'll bring seeds. It's going to grow. It's fine. There's water and shit up there. Fucking all the aliens are out there.
All right.
Everybody knows about this shit, Michael.
Once you
all
get
right, Michael, I gotta go.
Okay, you go.
You're going.
Okay, bye. And that's Steve McClanahan calling soon from the moon. Let's see. And I have another coronavirus clip from Japan if you want to see that. Otherwise, Phone lines are open, 805-669-6397, or we can call it a night. What would you guys like? You want to see coronavirus from Japan, or are you good? Good. Space weed. Dabs in space. I'm not going where they don't have marijuana. That just seems like a very, very bad plan to me. And it's why I haven't left Seattle for a long, long time. I like the weed they have here. I think I'll just stay here for a while. Okay. I guess we're done. Thanks so much for tuning in, you guys. We do it every Monday through Friday night at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So we'll be here tomorrow at same Mox time, same Mox channel. And this week we're doing the South Carolina primary, which is on Saturday. So we'll be here on Saturday at 5 p.m. So I look forward to seeing you again real soon. And one of these days this war is going to end. So stay cool till then, okay?
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.